Hello? There we go. They're turning. It's a little hot still. Going to do a little recap of some of what we did yesterday, and just to cover the high level of the importance of what we're doing here. So I didn't know if Bish, would you like to say some?
Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much. Thank you all of you for coming here today, and thank you to our guests. Where have you come from? Sorry. Wow. Thank you for coming. Hi, Lucy. Hello. Yes, we start today with a recap of what we did yesterday and touch down first, the key points, and so that we can then, at the end of the day, we can discuss as to what is the importance of all that has been happening since before the war, essentially, since before the SMO was officially started. So. Yesterday, I was able to give a brief background to what this data is, and I would want to begin with this because it is the crucial data that I want out, essentially. So, how did I get this report? My colleagues from Russia and Ukraine helped me put this together, and there's a report that they really want the people to see, that the atrocities within Donbas are not today. That they didn't start in 2022, that there is a massive history. Last 8 years before the onset of the SMO, there is a trail as to what has been happening in that region. So yesterday we had as one of our distinguished speakers, we had Mr. Galloway, and he actually had a beautiful background. He laid it out wonderfully, saying that there was actually, there was a divide between the ethnic Russians and the Ukrainian nationalists, because there was a rhetoric outside, repeated rhetoric that the ethnic Russians are subhumans, that they are not worth anything or whatever. And I would like to dwell on that point again, just to remind you that this wasn't someone's supposition, or it wasn't something that just came out of the blue, but rather it was promoted at a very high level. Just 1 second. And I'm not going to play all of it because we've done that yesterday. However, sorry, just give me a second, please. We don't have to go through that. Yeah. Oh, sorry. We don't have, we've seen this 10 times. We don't have to.
Are a mix of falsehoods and distortions.
Just from here. Just from here.
For Russia's claims about Nazis in Ukraine are a mix of falsehoods and distortions.
Що у нас робота буде, у них немає. У нас пенсії будуть, у них немає. У нас піклування під дітей, під людей, під пенсіонерів, під дітей буде, у них немає. У нас діти підуть до школи, до дитячих садків. У них вони будуть сидіти в підвалах.
Now, President Poroshenko was the president of Ukraine in, way before all this started. He was actually put in the position of leading the country, leading the people of Ukraine. What I see, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm seeing here is him telling his citizens to actually undermine the Russians. And because they are worth nothing, essentially. Because they are worth absolutely nothing. And this is what forms the base of the frustration, not frustration, grievances from within Russia, essentially. So let's go through that. And this whole rhetoric, not just President Poroshenko, but the media, the key people from within Ukraine leading the Ukrainians into hating the Russians, who are basically like cousins. So what does that mean? How does that progress forward is essentially a world of a divisive world between the East and the West, and this is what has been happening in eastern part of Donbas. So so the eastern part we have Donetsk, Luhansk, and we have other Zaporizhia and other areas. This picture is of a mortar shelling from the beach in Avdiivka. Sorry, I don't want to be in the front. This one is from Luhansk, from Donetsk. Mariupol, and I'm showing these figures not to sensationalize anything, but the fact is the horror needs to be seen and needs to be understood, because that was the reality of the people, has been the reality of the people for a very, very long time. Okay? Thank you. This is Odessa, where the Russians were literally burned, scorched to ashes. And this is what I was talking about yesterday, targeting of the pregnant women. Now, that's something that we cannot even think of. I don't want to even think of. And for my text, or for what I said, was this isn't a figure that we can ignore. We cannot not see this. Why? Why can't we not see this? Because this is evil. Whether it's Russians doing this or whether it's Ukrainians doing this. And this is data. This is data which has happened. This is not propaganda. This is data. And to add to this, when I was in Ukraine, as I said yesterday, people boast about it. Not people. Some people I met, they would boast about committing these crimes in the eastern part of Ukraine. And they would want me to commend them or say, yeah, well done. Of course, I don't know whether they did that there or not, but the fact is that to even think about something like that is... So, from my eyes, from where I'm standing, if I am British and if somebody was doing that to British people. I'm not British, I'm Indian. If somebody was doing that to Indian people or anybody, you know, that's wrong. So the second part is essentially the Ukrainian authorities considered the residents of DPR is Donetsk People Republic and Luhansk People Republic scum. So we've seen that. We've seen that being promoted at the highest level possible. Open endorsements by the government of the fascist organizations. The simple fact that this is being promoted at the highest level, and I'm not talking about after 2022, I'm talking about before 2022. War crimes happen, and but a mentality to target what are war crimes? I mean, that's entirely another issue, but we have seen that civilians who have nothing to do with the war have been repeatedly targeted, and this was before the 2022 special military operation. But it's being actually promoted, the fascist ideas or the hatred against ethnic Russians, Nazism, is actually promoted at the state level. And Nazism is present in Germany, it's present not only in Britain, in America, in other parts of the world as well. But do we promote that at a state level? No, we don't. But here we have promotion at the state level. So I'm sorry, it's something we have to think very carefully about. I spoke about a book that was, that was dedicated to Mr. Taras Bulba. I haven't read the book, so I cannot review this, but... Now, the second very important point was that, just think about this, if somebody next to America, Mexico, starts whispering about nuclear weapons or deploying nuclear weapons in Mexico or in Canada, how comfortable would that country, would America feel? And the same thing for us in Britain, how comfortable would we feel? So before 2022, there were whispers that actually Ukraine was, well, President Zelensky actually, he abandoned the Budapest Memorandum, and there were concerns that Ukraine was assembling a dirty bomb of a sort or was thinking of restarting its nuclear program. So I wouldn't go into the issue of nuclear disarmament because I've got my personal issues with views on that. But anyway, it forms a concern, a point which we have to think from Russia's perspective, that it is seeing the Western countries arm Ukraine to its teeth, to the teeth, and it is concerned what the intentions are. To my mind, to my ears, it sounds like a national security concern. Ukrainians are being manipulated into hating Russia. We've seen that yesterday. So again, I mean that clip in itself, which I played, that's self-explanatory. Actually, I'll stand this way, then it's easier. Ukrainian journalists and social activists set Ukrainians aggressively towards Russians. So we've seen that. We've seen that through all the day yesterday. We've presented things yesterday to that effect. This lady, I don't know her personally, I never did. She is no longer there, but I've seen the article where she had used this language, and not only in one article, but I have seen videos and conversations of this person with other people. And basically, Russians are slaves or occupiers. So again, the importance of that choice, whether, if you are bringing up children and you're just portraying Russians as giving them two choices, either they're slaves or occupiers, then how do they actually grow up? So this is basically ground tilling of a certain sort of mentality. So leave that to you to think as to what this is. Western politicians are deliberately developing Nazi movements in Ukraine to create hatred of Russians and a direct military threat. The West, condemning Russia, not only does not notice fascism in Ukraine, but even financially supports it in order to cultivate hatred towards Russians. We have seen this, and actually BBC reported on this. There were several documentaries that were prior to 2022. They were actually raising this as a red flag, bright red flag. Therefore, in summary, from my perspective, and I hope from an educated perspective, these are the legitimate concerns of the Russian Federation. And to that, I must add Mr. Leek's presentation yesterday, which was fabulous, where he demonstrated the actions of the United States Department of Defense's involvement in the biolaboratories within Ukraine as a concern for the Russian Federation. And again, you are doing something hush-hush. You may be just baking muffins or cookies in those laboratories, but to your enemy, if it's hush-hush, how would that feel? So I'm sorry, it's a failure of diplomacy. None of us have got one-to-one data on the biolaboratories, but if Russia was concerned, and it did raise concerns, and for that we have data. You can go back onto the United Nations General Assembly sessions and other sessions, and you can dig that up. So again, a lack of diplomacy, dialogue. Was it deliberate? Looks like. So in essence, when President Putin in February announced the special military operation, and he said, well, these are our concerns, and these are genuine concerns. More importantly, there was legitimate intelligence gathered by the Russians, which I display in one of the medias. I might just end with that, that the Western NATO armies or people, think heads, were backing Ukrainians to launch an offensive in February. Oh, sorry, I think it was in January. And so as a preemptive step, Russia took the only action any nation would take to protect itself, and that all of that is protected under Article 51. Article 51 is where a nation can take a military step to protect its own people if they are under threat. So it was a legitimate military action. And again, it wasn't a full-scale invasion. A full-scale invasion doesn't look like that. It looks like more when US troops bombed Serbia. Or it didn't invade it, but it destroyed everything. What's going on in Gaza, for instance, that is very different than what happened in Ukraine. It was a very strategic, and that's why it was a special military operation, not a full-scale war. Not at that point, at least. So, so that was the recap. I will play once more the video. I do want that scene so that sets the stage for certain notes today. Okay, so that's all. That's a brief recap. I would like to thank my friends from Russia, from Ukraine, who helped me put this together and who actually are hoping that we can get this word out to the people in the West, that this wasn't an unprovoked invasion. So, so today we will hear the other side of the story. I hope that we will learn a lot from our friends from the United States who are here all the way from Washington, and they will be talking on topics that we are eager to hear. So thank you very much for now. And our first speaker is our first person. I can't read. Ms. Lopez.
Ms. Lopez.
Yes.
I would like to have a comment regarding a few pictures that
Okay.
were on screens, and especially the one that is describing this pregnant woman that has been killed within the building of Syndicate in Odessa, the 2nd of May 2014. These pictures have been taken by the lawyer who has been investigating regarding, in fact, this crime. He's a very, very good friend of mine, and I am in touch with him for at least since 2010. He is living right now in a Balkan country I will not name. I'm still in contact with him, and he has been fleeing his country because the SBU has been threatening me of murder if he was continuing to investigate. The procurer of the region of Odessa has been murdered and thrown out from his apartment of the 8th floor. Thierry Mariani, my deputy, has been receiving the families of the victims, and they have been explaining the situation that we are living in Odessa. When they came back, they have been prosecuted because they wanted to sue Avakov, the Minister of the Interior in Ukraine. This is what they call democracy in Ukraine. The victim, they end up into jail. The husband of this woman that has been killed is right now in jail. Do we estimate, we the West, with our system of value, that this is a normal way to conduct justice?
Thank you, Thierry.
Should I come up to the... All right, good morning. Thank you to Deepti for arranging this and all the help from everyone who's part of the team. Appreciate being here very much. What a lovely setting we're in yesterday and today also. And very much looking forward to our continued program today. So my appreciation, thank you. And thanks to all the tech team that made all this stuff work. It wasn't easy, I guess. When we listened yesterday to John's excellent presentation referencing biological warfare, after that, Deepti asked me if I would speak a little bit more about that this morning, to expand in particular on the Soviet and the Russian biological warfare program. And that I will do a little bit of that before the presentation that I had prepared for today, which is going to be on the topic of U.S. policy towards Ukraine and Russia. So let me start, though, with the biological warfare part. This is out of my own professional background and experience. I have worked on biological warfare issues for something like 35 years. So let me focus especially on the Soviet Union and Russia, because I don't think that gets a whole lot of attention, but as well connected to the Chinese, what they call civilian military fusion biological warfare program. That is the CCP, Chinese Communist Party, PLA, People's Liberation Army, but the focus on Russia, of course. So let me start with that. The Soviet Union has had a biological weapons program going back, well back into the 20th century. Certainly before even our own began post-World War II. And of course, the Soviet Union at that time, under Stalin, and just briefly after Mao Zedong took over China in 1949, the two worked very closely together. In those days, China was very much younger brother. Russia was elder brother, if you want to think of it like that. And Russia was helping China, Mao, the Communist Party in those days, both before Mao completely took over, and certainly afterwards, until certainly Stalin's death in 1953, but then carried on after him, Khrushchev, Molotov, and all of the rest of them. So just by way of saying that the Chinese offensive biological weapons program, obviously from whence SARS-CoV-2 and many other horrific pathogens that we can talk about briefly, but they got a lot of their technological assistance in many different areas, military technology and many other things, but certainly in the biological warfare realm. But let's focus on Russia, because that is more our topic for this conference. But just to let you, think about the close relationship between the two. So the Russian program develops certainly after World War II, both China's and Russia's and ours, which began then too after World War II, relied in some extent on what John told us about yesterday. That was the Japanese Unit 731 located in Manchuria during the war years of World War II. Horrific, BW development, pathogens, experiments. Just by one example, they were dropping fleas infected with plague out of planes over Chinese villages to infect them. Just one example. But the Russians, as well as the Chinese, benefited, if you want to put it that way, from the Japanese work at that Unit 731 after the war, and so did we. That is when the United States offensive biological weapons program really took off as well, and working with Japanese bioengineers from Unit 731. But to the Russians. So fast forward just a little bit, and in 1972, as we know, as John told us, U.S. President Richard Nixon ended the U.S. biological warfare program, offensive program. It was finished. I know that. I was on the inside back in, not that year, but some years later. And that was abolished. It was banned. By 1975 is when the Biological Weapons Convention was promulgated, and it began to be open for ratification. The United States and many other countries, I think Britain as well, also Russia and China, for what that's worth, were signatories, remain signatories to the Biological Weapons Convention to this day. Never mind that for some of them, it's honored more in the breach than otherwise. But our program offensively definitely ended. However, in 1974, in the Soviet Union, this is after we banned our program, but before the Biological Warfare Convention was formally opened for ratification in 75. But in 1974, the Soviet Union began developing a network for its biological warfare program called biopreparat. Don't know if you've ever heard of that, but biopreparat was a sprawling network of biological warfare facilities. They included laboratories, they included facilities on university campuses and elsewhere, but the idea was to camouflage that warfare, biological warfare development, under a civilian veneer. Again, that why some of this was on university campuses, others within ostensibly civilian facilities and operations, biopreparat. There, they began to really, in earnest in the 70s, develop a whole range of really nasty pathogens. Think anthrax, Ebola, plague, smallpox, West Nile virus, all of that. And lest we think that somehow the United States invented gain of function, we didn't. They were doing this way back in the 70s and continue to this day. Neither the Soviet Union, Russia, nor China needed us to teach them how to do gain of function. They were doing gain of function and creating chimeras and the kinds of things that John was talking about yesterday as far back as the 70s and continuing on through to this day. Probably, aside from China's, the biggest offensive biological warfare program in the world. So fast forward a bit again and come to the late 1980s, all right? In 1989, there was a defector from biopreparat. His name was Vladimir Pesechnik. Vladimir Pesechnik was a high-ranking official at biopreparat, deeply involved, knowledgeable about all the operations, the bioengineering, warfare work throughout biopreparat. And he defected, by the way, to Britain. He came out to Britain. And that was the first real look that we in the West got to the operations of biopreparat. Probably intelligence had known something about that before, but him coming out, Pesechnik coming out, really blew the lid off of it. And of course, Britain did share that, debriefing information with the United States, so we knew about it too. 3 years later, in 1992, another defector came out of biopreparat, and his name was Knyazin Alibekov. Mercifully, he shortened his name to simply Ken Alibek after his defection. But what happened is that he came on a delegation, a visit to the United States, maybe a year or something before his defection, maybe 1991 or so. And that tour took him around to some of the places that John was talking about yesterday, Pine Bluff in Arkansas, Dugway Proving Ground out in Utah, Fort Detrick. I've been to all these places. And he was on this delegation and realized as he was touring around, oh, the United States really did stop its offensive biological weapons program. We were lied to. Can you imagine that? They lied to them in the Soviet Union? And he was taken aback. He was really taken aback because he had never realized that what he's been told in the Soviet Union was all lies. And that prompted his defection. The next year, being 1992, that's when he defected to the United States. And just very briefly, I was actually in the office that was doing his debriefing. And I can remember our colleague coming back, the main one who was doing the debriefing, and she would come back to the office just about shaking. You can't believe what Ken told us today. What Ken said, she was absolutely taken aback and flabbergasted at what she was learning. So Ken really blew the lid even further than Pesechnik off of the Soviet Union's biological warfare program, concealed within the civilian structure of biopreparat. And about 7 years after that, he wrote a book. If you want to follow up on some of this more, the book is called Biohazard. It's available online wherever you buy books. And it was published in 1989. So Ken Alibek, A-L-I-B-E-K is the shortened version of his name. And the book is called Biohazard. And in it, he describes quite a bit that at the time when he first came out probably was classified. But once it was published in the book, it was there out in the public for anyone to read. And what he talked about was horrific. He, being the deputy, he was the number 2 in biopreparat. So he had, a view of everything going on in that organization across the entire Soviet Union. He was from Kazakhstan. That's the name. He's a Kazakh. And many of these facilities were in Kazakhstan, but also all the other republics, to include all of those then within the USSR, to include Ukraine, but many other places. You know, all the stands, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan, all of these, as well as throughout the Warsaw Pact, Eastern Europeans, forcibly incorporated into the sphere of influence of the Soviet Union at the time. So these facilities were all over. Now, what they were doing, I mentioned all of these different pathogens. There were actually, vats. This is what Ken wrote in his book. Vats full of anthrax. Humongous vats of anthrax, ready for unleashing on enemies, especially in the West. That would be you guys and us guys. Anthrax, Ebola, again, the plague, smallpox, all the rest, West Nile virus, and so forth. But where I was going to go with this is that in the book and in other things, Ken spoke publicly as well after his defection, so from different sources, but certainly in the book. We find that they were trying to do gain of function. They were creating chimeras. You heard John talk about chimeras yesterday, which is it's a Greek word, meaning, the original source of that word is, the head of a lion and the body of a man or whatever that's a chimera, unnatural things put together. And what the Russians were doing, the Soviets were doing in those days in these labs, they were playing around with gain of function. And one of the most horrific things that Ken described to us was that they were trying to make a chimera of Ebola and smallpox. Now, I don't think, thankfully, that they ever succeeded with that, but we know from him that they were trying to do that. That's just one example of the kind of thing they were doing. In other words, that the symptoms of the one might appear, healthcare workers would surround the patient and become infected with the other, and thereby it would spread and spread and spread. That was the idea of trying to create that horrific chimera. But again, I'm hoping that they did not actually succeed with that, but that's the kind of thing they were doing. That was the kind of gain of function way back when. And the experiments and that kind of thing went on until and after. To this day, even though biopreparat itself does not function as it did and that kind of network as it had back then, many, once the discovery, the defectors' information became known, biopreparat was sort of, I don't want to say dismantled, but its elements were dispersed among specifically military and KGB facilities where they could be better secured and would not be part of what Ken or Pasechnik had told us. The other part of this that I wanted to mention is that these scientists and researchers at the biopreparat labs and facilities throughout the Soviet Union, all of these years were and still are to this day collaborating across an entire network of rogue regimes, if you will. Certainly that includes China, it includes North Korea, includes Iran, Damascus, at least previously. Now, after the December 24 takeover of Damascus by the jihadi Ahmed al-Shara and Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, you might have recalled that Israel unleashed a very targeted strike campaign against the SSRI. SSRI stands for Syrian Scientific Research Institute. And it had a number of facilities, some right around Damascus, but others throughout what used to be called Syria. There is no Syria anymore, but throughout Syria. And the Israelis conducted very targeted strikes against these facilities, as well as the remainder of what were Bashar al-Assad's military assets, to include naval, air, kicked the Russians out of Tartus and Latakia, of course. Bashar al-Assad and his family, of course, fled to Moscow. But the SSRI got hit. Why? Because the SSRI in what used to be called Syria were the facilities where the father, Hafez al-Assad, and Bashar al-Assad in his time were working on biological and chemical weapons. That's why they got hit, so they would not fall into the hands of the jihadi Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. But other places that were collaborated with, I said China, I said North Korea, Damascus, certainly Iran to this day. And yes, Saddam Hussein. By the way, yes, Saddam Hussein really did have WMD. He had very advanced and very sophisticated biological and chemical weapons programs. He had advanced and sophisticated nuclear program, but it was latent at the time of 2003. We know certainly that the Russians were concerned about what he had at that time because they sent Spetsnaz in to fly out whatever they flew out. That's a matter of record. But also we have the, the overhead video, satellite imagery of, the columns of trucks that were driving up the Euphrates from Iraq up into Syria to get whatever evidence out that they did not want Soviet-Russian fingerprints on when the U.S. and the coalition forces came in to Baghdad. So in other words, though, collaboration among all of these. And a lot of that does continue to this day. Of course, the Assad regime is no longer in Damascus, but the other one is, and who knows what he's going to do. And of course, Saddam Hussein's no longer in Iraq. But I'm not so sure that the collaboration with Russia does not continue in things like biological and chemical warfare at a minimum, maybe not nuclear, but biological and chemical. So that would bring us more up to the current day. The collaboration, as I said, does continue among the rogues that remain. That offensive biological weapons program is very much still alive and functioning and well in Russia as well as in China. The two of those regimes are joined at the hip. They will not be separated. Efforts to the contrary, they're closely aligned. They will not be pulled apart, whatever the efforts may be. Let me stop there. I'm not sure, Deepti, how much time do I have here? We're looking at almost 10:30 at the moment. I want to talk about my original program. Pardon? All right, because in the beginning, my assigned topic was going to be the U.S. government policy towards Ukraine and Russia. I'll make it shorter. I'll cut some of what I was going to say from here, just in the interest of time, but I did want to talk about it. Okay, thank you. I'm going to sit down because I've got these pages that I want to turn. I've got some notes here that I was going to talk from. Let me begin by a little bit. I'm going to start with my own, if you will, Weltanschauung, my world view of world affairs. From there, I'll go to some specifics about the U.S. policy towards Iran and Russia, and then I will finish that historically up until now, and then I'll finish with a bit of a look ahead, where we're at the moment, and where it looks like we might be going. All right. So in 1991, of course, the Soviet Union dissolves, and Vladimir Putin at the time was a colonel in the KGB and rising. And he has said multiple times since then, since 1991, that dissolving of the Soviet Union was the worst catastrophe of his life. And he basically at that time dedicated himself to the mission of putting it back together again as much as he possibly could, if not the Russian Empire itself. Of course, I would add here, neither Russia nor China is actually a country in the traditional sense or meaning of the term. Each of these, in fact, is an empire built on the remains of conquered peoples, conquered nations. Take China very quickly. Over the centuries, this took centuries to do, of course. Emperors in China, tsars, tsarinas in Russia. But, you know, in China, the Manchurians, the Mongols, the Cantonese, the Tibetans, the Uyghurs, Hong Kong, of course. Ever expanding, all of those are conquered peoples. It wasn't like we, you know, in the United States back in 1776, you know, sat down the 13 colonies and we wrote, well, James Madison wrote, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, et cetera, completely voluntary. We wanted to come together and form a nation together. That's not what happened in China or in Russia. Each of these peoples, each of these nations was conquered by force over the centuries and forcibly included into these two empires that exist to this day. And the nature, of course, of an empire is to expand. That's what empires do. Now, globally, what Vladimir Putin seeks and Russian leadership, the Kremlin today, is to dismantle NATO. That's, of course, top of the list. To undermine the international liberal, democratic, sovereign nation-state model that began with the Treaty of Westphalia. You familiar with the Treaty of Westphalia, perhaps? This was in 1648. This followed the horrific 30 Years' War in Europe that took so many lives. And after it was over, the people of Europe, the kings, essentially, princelings and so forth, came together in Germany, and they said, we can't do this anymore. We can never be here again. We can never do this again. And they came up with the very first time, formally, this concept of the independent sovereign nation state, and that's the Treaty of Westphalia. Now, it's often, way too often, honored in the breach, but what it means is that every country is independent and sovereign within its own defined borders, internationally recognized borders, unless that nation state, you know, actually invades another country or imminently threatens to invade another country, in which case that is a different story. But absent that kind of military threat to another country, each country forms its own national policy, foreign policy, domestic policy within, ideally, defensible borders. That's the Treaty of Westphalia. And I think in today's world, that is the model that we still have. Again, it's honored, unfortunately, as often in the breach as not, but nevertheless, that's the ideal of the model of world organization system at the time. But Russia and Putin, of course, they are an empire. They are an expansionist empire that lost a lot of its land, territory, and influence after 1991. And of course, Putin, by the way, Putin's speeches, his writings, they're translated. You don't have to know Russian. They're online, and you can actually read them. And I do, as well as speeches from the foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, or the National Security Council deputy, Dmitry Medvedev, or what I would refer to as Putin's Rasputin, Alexander Dugin. All of these things are online. You can read for yourself exactly what they're saying, and they're saying exactly what I'm telling you. They want to take apart the Western leadership of the world. They want to take apart the independent nation-state system and re-establish as much of the old Soviet Union, if not the actual Russian Empire, as they can. Not my words, these are their words. They say that. So What happened, though, after 1991, of course, is that, the countries of the former Soviet Union that were unwillingly, held within that for 70 years or so, went their own ways. And under international law, when a former empire breaks up, the constituent parts, as in Yugoslavia, as with the Soviet Union, when they go their separate ways, they go their separate ways with the borders that they had administratively prior inside of the pre-existing empire. So Kazakhstan went its own way with its own borders, right? Ukraine went its own way with its own borders. Internationally recognized by the United Nations in 1991. Now, but what happened is that as they did so, as they broke away, let's talk about the Western nations. We'll leave the Central Asian ones, but the Western ones, including Ukraine, subject for us today at this conference, as they peeled away from the Soviet Union, they began to look, well, even before that, began to look ever more westward for their societal model and security, and therefore Russia and Putin felt increasingly threatened, because not only were they now internationally recognized as separate from the Soviet Union, but their actual thinking is more Westphalian model, is more Western European model of nation state. So it really has absolutely nothing to do with NATO. And you can hear this, again, just read these guys' speeches. It's not because NATO posed any kind of a threat to Russia whatsoever. At the time of 1991, even countries like Sweden, Finland, and the Baltics were not yet at that time members of NATO. They are now, but they weren't then. And as the years have gone on, yes, more have joined. But the threat is certainly not, Estonia is not going to invade Russia. I mean, I think everybody knows that. But is Russia going to invade Estonia? Is Russia going to invade Latvia, Lithuania? The Baltics are very concerned about this. They have surged forces to their borders. They have increased their defense posture. They have increased their defense spending, by the way, to 5% of GDP, as has Poland. They're very concerned about this. So the point, though, here is that Ukraine at that time, now, and probably for the foreseeable future, has absolutely no chance of joining NATO. They don't meet the qualifications. They don't meet the requirements for joining NATO. Everybody knew that. There's no way they could join NATO. They simply don't meet the qualifications. Although others did. As I said, the Baltics eventually did. Romania did, Bulgaria did, Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, all these joined NATO. But they are not directly, except for Estonia and Latvia, they're not directly on the Russian border. Lithuania, you could say, is not on the Russian border, but it's on the border of Kaliningrad, which is Russian territory, so that's the Baltics. But it's not that NATO moved east. That's not the threat. The threat is that the people of these countries and their thinking, their aspirations moved west. Not military, not arms, certainly not anything nuclear, but their thinking, the way they thought about themselves as a people, as a nation state, that moved west. And they wanted to join and be more like the European Union, more like the countries of Europe. That is where their minds were going. That is the threat to Russia. It's not NATO. It's not NATO at all. It's the mentality of the people of Eastern Europe, which is moving westward. That Westphalian model of the sovereign, independent nation state with fixed, internationally recognized, defensible borders, and the ideals of individual liberty, government by consent of the governed under rule of law, human rights, freedom of speech, assembly, the press, free and fair elections. These are utter anathema to the totalitarian empire that is Russia, also China, which now smaller and weaker Russia is than it's been in a very long time, of course, post-1991. Now, let me mention this right here. What does the name of Ukraine actually mean? Anybody here know Russian or Ukrainian? Okay, so John, huh? Borderlands. Exactly, the borderlands. And borderlands of what? The farthest outskirts of what? Of the Russian Empire. That's the very name of Ukraine. Ukraine is two words. It's Ukraina. U is at, Kraina is the farthest border or outskirts. That's what their name means. And this is how Russia looks at them. The farthest outpost, the farthest extent of the Russian Empire. And that's how they think of Ukraine, and that's how they, that's why they're fighting to get it back within their control. Even though, of course, Kiev was actually the cradle of Russian civilization, not the other way around. Kiev was the place where Russian civilization began. Kiev and Rus, remember? Well, not remember, but okay. So remember, I don't know if any of you read this, but in 2021, Vladimir Putin wrote an essay, which you can find online. It's in English, and he wrote about the historical unity of Russians and Ukrainians. He wrote, quote, "The ruler of the Kremlin cannot recognize Ukrainians as a separate nation. Quote, the natural right of Russia over at least some of Ukrainian territory is their outlook. That is how they view Ukraine. It has absolutely no right to exist as an independent nation. They've written this, they've spoken this over and over and over again, and all you have to do is go to the internet and read it. This is what I just said from a 2021 essay written by Vladimir Putin. Now, what Ukraine and NATO and the West, all of us here, what we embody is absolutely intolerable to Putin and Russia. That steadfast commitment to our own national identity, be it British, be it American, be it Ukrainian, that is our own national identity. It is not Russian. And our destiny as a free people with the right to shape our own foreign policy, our own heroes, our own traditions, our own institutions. This is intolerable to Putin and the Kremlin. Why does this matter to the United States, you might ask, or Britain, as the case may be here? Well, we in the United States, of course, have great big oceans on either side of us, the Pacific in the west and the Atlantic in the east, and very large distances between us and all the chaos going on. So why does this matter to us? Well, in my view, it's because we, and I think Britain too, we are a part and therefore a guarantor, not just of NATO, but of that Westphalian system. As again I said, too often honored in the breach, but it remains the best system we have so far in history to defend against a chaotic world where warlords, rampaging across borders as they will, can seize whatever they want from weaker and smaller people. That's why it matters to us. I think that's why it matters to the United States. So why does Ukraine also matter to the rest of Europe and the world? Huh? For one thing, Ukraine is the largest European country by area. Population over 40 million, maybe less than that now, somewhat unfortunately. Extremely rich in natural resources, including rare earth elements, other minerals too, in oil and gas, and very rich agricultural lands that provide grain, fertilizer, seeds, seed oils, for people all over the world, but especially in poorer countries like across North Africa. I'm thinking especially of places like Egypt, Libya, Algeria, all across North Africa, on down, really, below that as well, to places like Sudan, Ethiopia. They depend heavily on grain exports and others of these exports coming out of Ukraine. Now, thankfully, over the last year or so, Ukraine has pretty much secured its export ports on the Black Sea down in the southern part of Ukraine, if you think about the geography there on the Black Sea. And so these exports are able to get out now, have been able over months now, to be able to get out to these countries that I just mentioned, these places, in particular, as I said, Africa, North Africa. And finally here, what I would say, why this matters, is because Ukraine, to my way of thinking, stands on the border between liberty and tyranny against an expansionist, neo-empirical, globalist Russian empire. The Ukrainian people, in that sense, in my mind, they fight for all of us. All right, what happened post-1991? We've been over that quite a bit, so I won't belabor that a whole lot. But just to mention a few things that we have talked about already, the Budapest Memorandum of 1994, which was signed by Ukraine, Russia, US, UK, in Budapest, Hungary. France and China gave assurances in separate documents, but to the same effect, at the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, where their documents were signed. And under that agreement, of course, Ukraine agreed to relinquish its nuclear weapons. Remember, we talked about how after the Soviet Union broke up and all of these other countries went separately independent. I didn't really get to this, but maybe I should now here. Left over in all of these places were labs and facilities, nuclear, chemical, and biological. And the United States realized quickly after 1991 that, there are a lot of scientists and researchers, workers in these various facilities, all of them. These are in Russia, these are in Ukraine, these are in many other places, Central Asia and so forth. They were nuclear, they were chemical, and they were biological. A lot of scientists and researchers and other workers, they were going to lose their jobs. They were going to lose the funding that came from the Soviet Union for all those years. That was going to be gone. And what was happening? Well, there were those out there recruiting. Who was out there recruiting? North Korea was recruiting. China was recruiting. Iran was recruiting. Saddam Hussein at that time was recruiting. Syria, Damascus was recruiting for the SSRI. They wanted to grab up these scientists, these lab workers, and all of their knowledge and expertise to bring them to their CBW and nuclear programs. And the United States Congress recognized that that was a serious problem. And so in the United States, our Congress passed something called the Nunn-Lugar Act, which allocated funding to fund these various labs and facilities in all of these places and keep the scientists at home, keep them employed, keep them from getting snatched up by the Kim dynasty or Saddam Hussein. And what we did is we established an agency, I guess you would call it, which was the Biological Threat Reduction Agency. There already was a DTRA, D-T-R-A, Defense Threat Reduction Agency. This was now the Biological Threat Reduction Agency. And with that funding that Congress had appropriated, we sent teams to all of these places to assist them in converting their facilities to defensive purposes. So when we're talking about biological warfare, instead of offense, they were now biodefense, biosecurity, bioresearch. And there was supervision from the United States, funded by our Congress, to make sure that actually happened. And it did, including in Ukraine. Now, that is just a note here that I wanted to insert. I meant to say that a little bit before. So back then to the Budapest Memorandum, this is 1994, Ukraine giving up its nuclear weapons, they had a bunch stationed on their territory, back to the Soviet Union, well, to Russia now, it's Russia, to send those weapons back to Russia. But in return for giving up basically their ultimate defense, they were promised by the signatories, again, US, UK, separately France, China, Russia, they were promised that there would be no threat or use of military force or economic coercion versus Ukraine. Also, this included, I should say, Belarus and Kazakhstan at the time. But all of that coercion, military force or economic force, banned under the Budapest Memorandum. Now, it was not specifically a defense pact, and so there was no actual commitment that these countries, would commit to military defense if this agreement were breached. But it was a promise in any case. They did give up their nuclear weapons, the remedy for violation of the Budapest Memorandum was to take the complaint to the UN Security Council, where, Russia has a veto. So does China. We do too, but the point being here that Russia has the veto power, so that wasn't going to work very well. Fast forward a bit to 2014, and Russia, of course, violated the agreement with the annexation of Crimea, an invasion of the Donbas in 2014. Certainly at that time, Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts, later others as well, and embarked on a war of conquest against Ukraine, and specifically threatened other EU countries like the Baltics and Poland, which are very much on a war footing, calling up reserves, very concerned right now, surging troops to their borders, literally right now, because they also fear invasion too. And why? Because Putin, Medvedev, Lavrov, Dugin have all threatened them explicitly by name and repeatedly. So what does Putin want? And he said this repeatedly, and even now when our President Trump is trying to negotiate some kind of a ceasefire, that ceasefire was to begin with the Black Sea, which I said is already basically cleared of Russian naval assets, except for, at Sevastopol in Crimea, but mostly otherwise the Black Sea is open and free again to navigation for the export, as we said, of many of the Ukraine's grain and other agricultural products. But so that is suggested, though, a ceasefire for the Black Sea, and also supposedly a ceasefire for energy and infrastructure facilities in both places, Ukraine and Russia. That's not happening. The negotiations are continuing. As I understand it, our envoy, Steve Witkoff, actually met, I think he's in Moscow right now. A little hard to keep up with the ongoing news, but he's in Moscow, and I believe he met and spoke with Putin yesterday, but Putin is hanging on to its maximalist demands, which are, of course, unacceptable. The complete and unconditional surrender of Ukraine is one of those demands. The removal of the Zelensky-Kiev government, the dissolution of its parliament, the Rada. They also want a UN statement that strips Ukraine of independent nation-state status. This is all very public. It's in English. It's online. This is what they want. An end as well to all military aid to Ukraine from Britain, from the US, from anybody. What they call denazification of the entire government, which is, of course, absurd. There's no such thing as Nazi. Without the Third Reich, there is no Nazi. They want financial compensation to Russia for the war that it started, go figure. And they want the wholesale, complete absorption of Ukraine into the Russian Federation. These are all demands that Putin is putting forth to our envoy, Steve Witkoff, right now in Moscow, which, of course, are completely unacceptable. So we'll see where the negotiations go. I think Witkoff is going to be staying there maybe a couple days or something like that, but we'll see how that goes. All right, I'm going to skip through the Minsk and the Minsk-Belarus agreements, the Istanbul Protocol. We spoke about those yesterday. All right, what have been and is now the role of the United States government, of NATO, and the European Union. Between February 22, when the invasion, the second invasion of Russia began, the US, the EU, and NATO all stepped up to provide financial military assistance to Ukraine. The European Union overall provides about as much equal direct aid to Ukraine as the United States does. Many of the countries in Europe are actually providing more, if you can imagine this, more per GDP than the United States. At least 5 or 6 countries are ahead of us, even in providing aid and assistance. For the EU in particular, they are providing much of this aid as loans that are backed by income from frozen Russian assets in their banks. So that's how they're doing that. U.S. Congress has appropriated something like $175 billion worth of appropriations broken down into very specific categories with extensive U.S. government oversight as well as Ukrainian government oversight and accountability. I won't go through all the different categories of U.S. aid, but they include many different buckets, if you will, of assistance, including weapons and including other kinds of financial aid. One thing I wanted to mention, though, is that when the United States provides aid to Ukraine, what basically happens, again, as we said, Congress, our Congress, appropriates, and has done on a number of occasions, periodically, appropriates a certain amount of money for this. And then what happens is that our defense companies, Raytheon, Boeing, General Dynamics, what have you, they look at what you might say the shopping list for Ukraine. Much of that would be air defenses, things like that. And they decide among themselves, we'll provide that, we'll provide that, we'll provide the other. So then they do, either out of existing stockpiles or they're producing it anew. These are American companies, American jobs, and that helps our economy. And then they ship these things over to Ukraine. And then the companies, let's say it's Raytheon again, goes back to Congress with the bill of lading or the receipts and says, look, we delivered this, that, and the other. And then Congress pays Raytheon. It's not like we're sending shrink-wrap pallets of $100 bills to Ukraine. We only do that for the mullahs and the Taliban, but not Ukraine. So that is how that goes for the United States. There are about $300 billion of Russian funds overall frozen in the West, in Western banks, Europe, U.S. combined, including something like 37 billion pounds, British pounds sterling, among that total. They are suspended for access by the Russians, but accessible only to the Western countries in whose banks they sit, if you will. The United States holds about 5 billion of that overall frozen total right now in our banks, but needs congressional approval to actually confiscate. So we haven't confiscated the funds, but they're simply frozen and they're held in our banks. They're not accessible by Russia. In April, just earlier this very month, our Congress passed a bill called Rebuilding Economic Prosperity and Opportunity for Ukrainians Act. Act is a bill. It's not passed into law yet, but it is passed in our House of Representatives. Oh, I'm sorry, update on that. It did pass, and our President Biden actually has signed this bill into law. And under the law, what it says is that all frozen Russian sovereign assets remain frozen until the hostilities between Russia and Ukraine have ended. And Russia is fully compensating, has fully compensated Ukraine, or is participating in some international mechanism to do so. Those funds of Russia remain frozen. Now, these are the United States. This doesn't mean all of, Europe. This is the United States. Now, so far, the European Union has been reluctant to outright confiscate any of the frozen funds in their banks, but they are putting aside the interest payments into an escrow account for Ukraine's future use in the time of rebuilding. Understandably, I think it's understandable to me, the concern of the EU, they are concerned that if they were to actually outright confiscate the frozen funds right away, that it could no longer be a bargaining chip towards a ceasefire arrangement. It would be off the table for that. And also, other countries thereby might be reluctant to use EU banks and financial institutions if they fear somehow that their funds could be frozen or confiscated. So I get that. And legally, this is where they're at right now. Okay, let me finish up here very quickly. President Trump has been reelected, as you know, back in our elections of November last year, 2024. Inaugurated into office once again January 20th of this year, 2025. Now, Trump campaigned on a pledge to stop the war, to stop Russia's war against Ukraine. He wants to bring both sides to the table. That's why Steve Witkoff is in Moscow today. They have met previously, as you probably know, in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. They want to negotiate. Trump's team wants to negotiate through diplomacy and also financial means, meaning sanctions and maybe other kinds of deals like the proposed deal with Ukraine with its natural resources to help pay for the assistance that we have provided them. All these things are part of the administration's policies. But I think what has to happen, and we're hearing this from statements by President Trump, they got to hang tough so that Putin doesn't get the idea that he's turning the United States against Ukraine or is going to cave in to the Russian maximalist demands that I just mentioned before. What we're looking at possibly Art of the Deal. You know the book that President Trump wrote about from a business perspective, but he brings that business perspective to international foreign policy too. Let's see. The United States is committed under President Trump. The goal, the objective, is a sovereign, independent, prosperous Ukraine within its own internationally recognized, UN-recognized international borders. There have been multiple phone calls, as we said, with Putin, with Volodymyr Zelensky, and as we mentioned, the meetings that have already taken place in Riyadh today, this week, in Moscow. Let's see. They're looking for, this is from our Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. He says, when he was speaking at Nato headquarters not very long ago, about 2 months ago in mid-February, he was in Brussels at NATO, and there Hegseth said that we are looking for robust security guarantees once a ceasefire is reached to make sure that war will not begin again. And I think that is what part of the negotiations are about. Let's see, I'll just skip ahead here. So at the moment, as we said, they're in Moscow, they're discussing this. Russia has not agreed to a ceasefire at this time, but rather wants all of those demands met that I just listed to you before, and they've laid these out very publicly. They've said this is what they want or else no ceasefire. So we'll see if they can, somehow come to some kind of negotiated agreement. I sort of suspect they will not, because Putin is definitely trying to slow walk the negotiations, trying to make ground gains on the warfare on the ground as they jaw in Moscow and other places. All right, what can be done? Let me finish with this, and then I'll close up. Yes? Okay. All right. Uh-huh. Okay, I won't rush, but thank you. make sure that there's time for your questions and comments, too. All right, so I'm at the last part of the presentation here to talk about what can be done, what must be done, what can be done. Now, the European Union, last year already, opened accession talks with Kiev, but it will take years to complete that process. NATO membership is not for now. As I said, Ukraine does not qualify, and one of the major reasons it does not qualify, has not qualified, cannot qualify right now, is that one of the requirements for accession to NATO is that a country be in complete control of its internationally recognized sovereign territory. And obviously Ukraine is not at the moment, hasn't been for years. So it can't even begin, to talk about NATO membership. That's a red herring every time Putin says it, and we all know it's got nothing to do with Ukraine for now. However, there have been suggestions that talks about NATO accession could begin, but that were that discussion to take place, which it is not taking place right now, but were it to, what might be done is something like what was done post-World War II with a divided Germany. You remember after World War II, East Germany and West Germany were separated. The Red Army occupied East Germany. The Allied powers were in West Germany. And what happened is that an agreement was made that Germany, Western Germany, free Germany, was able to engage in accession talks with NATO, but with the proviso that the Article 5 collective defense commitment would only apply to the non-occupied territory. The non-Soviet occupied Eastern Germany was not part of that, but that the Western part was able to accede to join NATO as a member pending the liberation of East Germany, which took, as we know, a very long time. But this is one example that at least exists in the past that might be considered with regard to Ukraine. Is not now under consideration, but just a thought. And we'll see where that might go. Now let's see. There are discussions right now about a possible peacekeeping force if a ceasefire agreement can be reached, and both Britain and I think it's Sweden have offered peacekeeping forces. Now that can't happen, of course, until there is a peace, which there is not right now. But were they to reach a ceasefire and an agreed line of demarcation, Britain, Sweden, perhaps others, I don't know, might join and offer peacekeeping troops to be deployed along that line of demarcation, wherever that lands. There would have to be a very robust international oversight of that line of demarcation. There's about 1,200 miles, not sure in kilometers, but about 1,200 miles of that international border of Ukraine with Russia. But there would not be, at least as far as we know right now, the Trump administration would not be any U.S. troops. This would be for Europe to do, as it may or may not be willing to do. But also, you heard me mention just a bit ago about the discussions between the Trump administration, specifically President Trump, and Ukraine and President Volodymyr Zelensky about a natural resources deal, right? That was the subject of that rather unfortunate White House situation back in, what was it, February, when Zelensky was there, and you had the cabinet, the United States cabinet, and meeting with President Trump there. The discussion was about a natural resources deal, such that the United States would regain some of what we've expended in assistance to Ukraine under a deal by which Ukraine would allow United States companies to access, exploit, recover its natural resources. And this would include ordinary minerals, it would include rare earth elements, and it would include oil and gas, all of which Ukraine has in abundance. So that's under discussion. We'll see, if that ever comes to be. Let's see. There would have to be an extensive period of rebuilding, obviously, and many companies, Western companies, could participate in that. Certainly, I know that President Trump intends or expects that the United States would be involved in that effort. But that all presupposes a ceasefire to begin with, and those peacekeeping forces. But those companies, if that were to pass, these commercial companies, be they European, Asian, or American, would additionally, in addition to peacekeeping actual troops, the presence of these companies in areas like the Donbas and further west as well, but the presence of the companies, at these various sites, be they mines or whatever other facilities, would also be a deterrent to any future aggression by Russia. So that's part of the mix under consideration right now. All right, you know what? Let me leave it there because I'm sure you've got some thoughts and questions. Let me stop there and invite your questions. You need the mic here?
Yeah, I'm going to have them ask the questions on the mic because I got Mr. Weber first. He already flagged me down.
Yes, thank you. Is it on? Yeah. Yes, thank you for the talk. On reflection, I felt it was more about the deep state Biden-era policies rather than what the policies of the United States government are actually now. And I think that's what we really needed to know more about, because we know how disastrous the previous policies have been. You did touch on the current negotiations, but what one really needs to know is what the foreign policy of the United States is in regard to Ukraine and Eastern Europe. Yes, we know Donald Trump is trying to bring about an end to the war, but do we know if, for instance, all the things which happened in Moldova, Georgia, Romania, even France, American interference in Eastern European countries, are those policies going to change? Because that's really the fundamental thing. Is President Trump going to bring about change from the disaster of the Biden-era policies? Thanks.
I'm coming. Yeah. I'm going to get my exercise today.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, the Trump policy vis-a-vis Ukraine and Russia has been laid out certainly during the campaign period, but we're only a couple of months into the new Trump administration. So, of course, we know what President Trump wants to accomplish, a negotiated ceasefire with Ukrainian internationally recognized territory, recognized and defended, a ceasefire line, perhaps peacekeeping troops, commercial involvement. Those are all on the table, but under discussion right now because it's just really the early stages of those negotiations. And as we said, Steve Witkoff is in Moscow literally like today, this week. But what we do know is that whatever final policy of the Trump administration, comes to be, we have to keep in mind that Putin's Russia is an expansionist, globalist power seeking to reestablish empire. Invaded Georgia, seized Abkhazia, North Ossetia back in 2008. There are the so-called little green men already in Moldova for years, in exactly the same playbook, by the way. In Moldova, which lies, of course, off to the western side of Ukraine and borders on Romania, a NATO member, there is a strip, an eastern strip of Moldova called the Transnistria, which is demarcated, of course, by the Dniester River. And little green men, that is Russian troops, but they're under disguise because they're trying to pretend they're not really there, trying to peel off that eastern strip of Moldova, just as they did and are trying to do with the Donbas in Ukraine. So we know what the playbook is, and that is what I think President Trump is determined to ensure does not, cannot, will not happen again under whatever terms we come to as the negotiations go forward. But again, we're in early stages. We know that Putin is dragging his feet. We know that he doesn't really want to concede anything. We know what his demands are because he's told us to destroy, actually, Ukrainian nationhood, seize as much of Ukraine as he can, and then move forward further. All of these things are what President Trump, of course, will seek to avoid. So I think we just have to hold tight for a bit because it's underway right now.
All right, who else? Oh, sorry. I'm gonna get my boss.
Thank you. I think this was an excellent insight into the U.S. policy. I have, I've got General Kellogg's. This morning, I think he has this proposition of dividing Ukraine into east and then a zone, like a no man's land in the middle sort of thing, and on the west. So now the proposition is that the occupied territories are under Russia, and then we have got this land manned by the Ukrainian peacekeeping forces, and on the west having the United Kingdom and France joint peacekeeping forces. Now, I do want to ask something. This could have been done, if this was the end game. Ukraine has lost at the end so much territory when negotiations could have solved these kind of things during the Istanbul, talks, essentially, in the beginning in 2022. So what are your thoughts on that? Thank you.
Well, the first thing I would say is that I actually know General Kellogg personally, good man, and he, of course, is the United States named envoy. I mean, in addition to Steve Witkoff, but formally, Steve Witkoff is kind of an informal envoy. General Keith Kellogg is named formally as our envoy for Ukraine. What I would say is that neither we nor any other country has the right to tell Ukraine they have to give up territory that was acquired by aggression and force. That's not our prerogative. We have no right to do that. If they're negotiating a ceasefire line, maybe that's a place to start, and a no man's land, separating the armed forces. Perhaps that's an opening part of the negotiations. I'll have to see what General Kellogg has said this morning. Didn't see it myself. But bottom line, we have no right to tell Ukraine, you have to give up your land, put your people under Russian tyranny again, maybe face another Holodomor. We have no right to do that. Those are independent, free people. It's not our business to tell them, you have to give up land because a bigger, more powerful aggressor has invaded you. We have no right to do that.
All right, I got a second microphone.
Oh, all right, good.
Yeah, I was just wondering, why wasn't a neutrality deal proposed and signed with Ukraine? I lived in Austria for 15 years. A neutrality deal was brokered by an Austrian delegation in '55. The Soviets and the Americans accepted it, signed it. By then, Stalin had died, Khrushchev was in, and the Soviets withdrew the Red Army, and it's been observed to this day. Why wasn't that at least proposed for Ukraine? I mean, Jens Stoltenberg himself, there is a video of him giving a talk to the EU Parliament in which he said, in September of 21, the Russians sent us a letter saying, would you agree to preclude Ukraine's admission to NATO. And Stoltenberg said, well, of course we didn't agree to that. Well, why wasn't a neutrality? I mean, and he says it as though the mere proposal is a sort of effrontery to NATO. Why wasn't a neutrality deal at least tried? And I think there's an important tactical point in this as well. If the Russians had gone on record saying, we'll agree to an Austrian-style neutrality deal for Ukraine, and then had violated that neutrality deal, then the West would have a clear casus belli. But that was never proposed, and to this day, no one has been able to explain why.
Well, I have no idea why they should have to. Ukraine is a sovereign, independent nation with the right to form and execute its own foreign policy. It doesn't have to be a neutral country or to accede to any kind of a neutrality agreement. Why should it?
But no, wait a minute, though. I mean, Claire, really, how would the United States feel? We've since 1828, no, 1826, we've had the Madison Doctrine, no military alliance with a European power in the Western Hemisphere. Okay, Ukraine's northeast border is about 350 miles from Moscow. Are we really to believe that this isn't a matter of discomfort?
We don't really care if the Soviet Union or Russia is uncomfortable. But the point is that NATO, as I've said, has never, ever been on the table for Ukraine and is not now. It's got nothing to do with NATO.
This is what I don't like about the discussion. Why did Stoltenberg then reject the proposal? The Russians asked for it. So at that moment, had Stoltenberg granted them that, now the Russians have received what they've asked for, a neutrality deal for Ukraine. Now in the West, at that moment, we would be well within the right to say, look, you proposed the neutrality agreement. It's the sort of thing we signed with Austria in '55 that has held. You proposed a neutrality agreement, now you violated it, so now you are going to have to face the wrath of the international alliance. But we never did that.
Well, there is no nation on the face of the earth that is obligated as an independent sovereign country to declare itself neutral to anything. That is not an obligation of a sovereign independent nation state.
But it's how real politics in the real world.
You're leaving out Ukraine. Ukraine did not agree to that.
But why should we care about Ukraine in the United States?
Outline that. Maybe I could share my notes with you.
Hang on. In terms of, we say, okay, Ukrainian neutrality, that's something that we can agree to. It makes the Russians rather uncomfortable to have a NATO armed power 300 miles from Moscow. Reasonable people in the West can understand that. I mean, how did the Kennedy administration react when the Soviets put missiles in Cuba?
We pulled our missiles out of Turkey, that's how.
Well, so, yeah, a deal was made. The Kennedy administration engaged in...
Yeah, but this was the United States vis-a-vis the Soviet Union. You're leaving out Ukraine. Ukraine is an independent sovereign nation with the right to form its own foreign policy and not have foreign policy made for it over its head between the United States and Russia or even NATO, to which it's not a member.
Okay.
Wait a minute. So, I need to make some comments regarding... Okay.
I mean,
Our questions for Ms. Lopez, and we're going to start with Thierry here. So if everyone wouldn't mind having a seat, grab your coffees. Here you go, Cliff.
We will have to limit all the questions to 10 minutes because we just have Mr. Loudon, to whom I'm sure you would want to hear equally. Yeah?
All right, where are we?
So basically, I was a little astonished by this speech that was quite aggressive, because we are here to solve the problem between Ukraine and Russia and not put oil on the fire. That speech was looking for me like a sort of after-sales services of the Cold War, looking like a sort of woke geopolitics. A Nazi is an angel, an elephant is a giraffe, and Madame Macron is a woman. So I would like to remind you some facts. Xi Jinping was granted by Fauci to acquire the technology necessary to increase the capacity of virus in terms of functionality. So basically, there was some transfer of technology from the United States to China. Some comments regarding, in fact, the natural resources of Ukraine. First of all, it's not 40 million people that are living in Ukraine right now, it's 28. Rare earth does not exist in Ukraine. You have uranium, antimonium, metal, coal, oil and gas, but this is shale gas, which is extremely difficult to extract. And that is the reason why Ukraine is using Russian gas, because extracting them would be costing $80 per barrel. It is not wealthy on a market point of view. Now, there wouldn't be any ceasefire for one reason. We need to consider the unicity of security for the pan-European continent, not a ceasefire. We need to stabilize the situation definitively. And this is not putting NATO in the middle or the military resources of European Union that we are going to solve the problem, because this is the problem at the base. And I have been underlining this problem yesterday, and it was denied. So my question, another statement, you might have been forgetting, that the CIA has been misleading the entire planet in regard of the weapon of mass destruction in Iraq, which has been leading to the murder of 500,000 children, Dixit Madeleine Albright. So my question right now, because it seems that you are differentiating yourself of the current government of the United States, who do you represent? The Democrat, the World Economic Forum, the CIA? I need an answer.
I am independent. I am incorporated in the United States Commonwealth of Virginia for the last 5 years under Lopez Liberty, LLC. And if anyone would like, I have a number of my business cards on the table here. And please, if you would like, let me know and I'll share one with you.
This is not a business card that is saying what a person is. This is what she is saying.
I am independent for the last 5 years. Before that, I worked for a number of think tanks, but right now, for the last 5 years, I'm completely independent. Is there another question out there? Ma'am, maybe?
Thank you for your interesting talk and your experience and so on. I wanted to make a couple of comments. It was interesting that you talked a lot about the Treaty of Westphalia. I'm also a student of international relations, and obviously it was over 300 years ago, the Treaty of Westphalia. But people might be interested in speeches by Professor Alfred de Zayas, who's based in Geneva, where I live, with the Geneva School of Diplomacy, because he talks about the principle of self-determination being enshrined in a lot of human rights legislation, including, I think, the UN Charter and European human rights legislation, and is now a principle of international and human rights law. So in this respect, that the peoples of eastern Ukraine had voted in the referenda whether or not you believe it was a free and fair election. I participated in elections in Afghanistan during the intervention there, which were not free and fair. But anyway, leading on from that, I was just wondering what data you used when you talk about the desire of everyone in Ukraine to be with the West. How did you analyze that? Because there are other academics such as Professor John Mearsheimer, Glenn Deason, Emmanuel Todd, who have studied electoral. I know you're sort of laughing at that, but nevertheless, they're very well regarded and have worked on this issue and have examined electoral patterns in Ukraine going back to the 90s, which seem to indicate that the breakaway regions that have now decided to vote to be with Russia were always voting for candidates who were pro-Russian. So, again, if you could just clarify how you got the data on this.
Well, I would never say that all of the inhabitants of any country are for this or against that. But what I was trying to say is that post-1991, as the Soviet Union broke up and these various former republics of the USSR went independent, that the trend overall, the movement overall, intellectually, as well as physically on the ground in terms of separation, was towards the West. It doesn't mean that every single person in every single one of these countries was for this or against that. But when a part of a country, when one territorial area of a country wishes more autonomy or not as close a relationship with the rest of the country as perhaps the Donbas might be, there are ways to solve that. You sit around the table and you discuss ways to perhaps form a federated system, something perhaps with autonomous regions within the country with more self-governance, more permission for the use of other perhaps native languages, that sort of thing. One does that around the table, not out of the barrel of a gun.
Hi, Claire. Andrew Bridgen here. Back in 2014, when I was serving on the government benches in our parliament, we just made an absolute pig's ear of our intervention in Libya. And it was clear that David Cameron and Obama wanted to press straight on and invade Syria. I led a government MP rebellion of 82 Conservative MPs who signed my letter. I took it to Cameron and said, not only will you not get the war in Syria in 2014 through Parliament, you won't even get it through the Conservative Party. He assured me that President Obama was going to go in anyway. Ultimately, he didn't. But now the Assad regime has been toppled, and we've seen tens of thousands of Christians, Alawites and Druze slaughtered. Do you think, in your opinion, you may think that the Assad regime was a rogue regime. Is the new regime in Syria more or less rogue than the Assad regime?
Oh, I share your concerns, absolutely, with Ahmed al-Shara and the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham regime that, by the way, has just decreed that the entire territory, whatever that may be, under their control is to be subjugated under Islamic law, under Sharia. There are plenty of concerns about where that government is going. One of the interesting things that comes to mind for me is that al-Shara and Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, is sponsored, armed, funded, trained by the neo-Ottoman regime in Turkey under the President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And we know that Erdogan has long held neo-Ottoman aspirations. Of course, it was Turkey that lost the Ottoman Empire in you know, the debris of World War I. And it was Mustafa Kemal Ataturk who took over what was left of Turkey after World War I, who abolished the last Islamic caliphate in 1924, which was an absolute catastrophe in the minds of Muslims around the world, to include the jihadi groups to which al-Shara belonged prior to where he is now in Damascus, meaning al-Qaeda, Jabhat al-Nusra, and fighting, as a matter of fact, under al-Baghdadi, who named himself caliph in Iraq at that time, fighting against the forces of our united forces. UK was there, and the United States too. So lots of concerns. In particular, there are very serious concerns in Jerusalem about where that regime is going. But I brought up Turkey because of this. Erdogan's regime, as I said, is a neo-Ottoman regime. It intends, hopes, wants to reestablish the Ottoman Empire, which his predecessor lost, if you will, back in World War I, and reestablish a caliphate, I guess, with Erdogan as caliph. Not so sure about that. But here's the interesting point. As Erdogan is a sponsor, as I said, armed, trained, funded, HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, that new regime, as I said, in Damascus, and whatever's left of a jihadi regime. As we said, they've just imposed Sharia, Islamic law, on the entire territory that they control. I'm very much wondering, given al-Shara's background fighting under al-Baghdadi, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi in Iraq, who declared himself caliph of a caliphate, as long as that lasted, might not at some point al-Shara himself might get the idea or want to resurrect the Umayyad dynasty, Umayyad caliphate, whose headquarters was in Damascus? How would that work out with a neo-Ottoman Turkey and Erdogan? Question mark.
I'm sorry, we are actually short on time.
Well, the question was, we've spent over a decade destabilizing the Assad regime. With, my government, the current Labour government, celebrated across Parliament his downfall. Is what we've got now, in your view, better than the Assad regime or worse?
I'm very much concerned it could be worse. I don't know, but I'm concerned of that, and I know that Israel is too.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lopez. Fantastic. Yep. I would like to take a moment and introduce our next speaker. We have Mr. Trevor Loudon. He is going to be speaking on U.S. military and political culture feeds into the Russia-Ukraine war. I'm sorry, Russia-Ukraine war. That was a slip. Here, let's go around this way. All right.
First of all, thank you so much, Deepti and Lauren and everybody for organising this. I've enjoyed it immensely. And thanks for the setting. Thanks to England for providing the great setting. I grew up on the banks of the Cam River in Christchurch, New Zealand, and now I'm close to the Cam River here again. Now, I'm going to talk today about the origins of the war, and I'm going to talk about the role of ideology, Russian propaganda, and how it impacts both the left and the right, and has led us to the place where we are now, and how we get out of this mess. Now, Terry raised the point that Claire was, I think you were a little inflammatory, that we are here to reconcile things and get peace. Well, sometimes before you get peace, you have to defeat evil. We saw this very clearly in World War II. A lot of people thought if we give the Nazis Sudetenland, there will be peace. If we let them annex Austria, there will be peace. If we let them take Poland, there will be peace. Well, Britain and France decided that there would not be peace and had to make a stand. Had that stand been made a lot earlier, we might not have had World War II, or we may have had a much shorter World War II and a much less serious World War II. But we allowed the Nazis to build up and build up and build up and fought them at the last possible moment with the most possible disastrous results. But the question here, there's a couple of main questions. Nobody's answered this. Nobody's even asked it. Is the government of Russia a legitimate government? Is the government of Iran a legitimate government? Is the government of China a legitimate government? Is the government of North Korea a legitimate government? How many free and fair elections have been held in Russia in recent times? How many free and fair elections have been held in Iran or China or North Korea? So why are we treating these nations as legitimate nations? Why are we trying to use the rule of law against illegitimate countries? Surely we should be standing on legitimacy, demanding of Russia free elections, not Ukraine, which has had free elections for many years. We should be demanding free elections of Russia, of China, of Iran. Why are we even bargaining or negotiating with people who oppress their own folks? Why are we giving them any legitimacy? Wouldn't the world be a lot better with a free Russia, a free China, a free Iran, a free North Korea? That was the vision of Ronald Reagan, and he achieved a little bit of it. I would love to see President Trump, by using the power of America and economic power, to actually turn back those unfree nations, liberate those nations. There were many times in recent years when the White Paper Rebellion in China recently, had there been a little bit of encouragement from the United States, I think the CCP would have been toppled. When there's been two major counter-revolutions in Iran, the Green Revolution of 2009, both times the Democrats were in power, did nothing, and the protesters were squashed, killed, tortured. Both times the regime could have been toppled. My view is very simple. If we want peace in the world, we give Ukraine what it needs, we amplify the sanctions on Russia, and we work for regime change in Russia so that Russia can finally be free and a contributor to the world commonwealth rather than an enemy of the world commonwealth. Now, how did we get to the situation where a large nuclear armed power could launch an invasion of a much smaller neighbor and have about a third of the world thinking this is good? This is actually a moral decision. This was actually something we should support or at least tolerate. How did we get there? The answer is propaganda. There are three main elements in the Earth's atmosphere right now. There's nitrogen, oxygen, and Russian propaganda. It is ubiquitous. It is coming to us from RT, from the QAnon movement. It's coming out of Russian channels. It's coming out of various academics all over Europe, some of whom have been mentioned today. It is coming through the AFD. It is coming through a whole bunch of channels. Russian propaganda being pumped into our society 24/7 to make something that is obviously evil, acceptable, or even good, that we should support it. There are people seriously saying we should stand with Russia against Ukraine. And how have they achieved this? Well, they've told, look, during World War I, the British put out propaganda that the Germans were eating babies when they invaded Belgium. The Germans were eating babies, right? We saw this, the Nazis, Stalin admired Goebbels. He thought Goebbels was a fantastic propagandist. He learned so much from him because he could convince the world of virtually anything. By using the Jewish question, he convinced the German workers that Hitler was going to save the German workers from the Jewish capitalists. Then he convinced the German capitalists he was going to save them from the Jewish communists. So the propaganda is ubiquitous, and I want to talk about the main channels of this. Now, the two main ideologies in Russia today, and we've got to talk about the ideology here, because if we just look at this as two nation states battling it out, it's not much different from World War II, and we don't really care if Transcarpathia has a fight with its next door neighbor. But if there's an ideology involved, an expansionist ideology, that changes things. Just like Nazism, World War II was very different from World War I. World War I was a battle of principalities, and there wasn't a lot of moral difference between many of them. But in World War II, there was a clear moral difference between the Western democracies, as imperfect as they were, and Nazism. A very, very clear difference. Nazism had an ideology, an expansionist ideology, German supremacism, and it was clearly and openly expansionist. It wanted to rule Europe and made no bones about it. So therefore, countries that wouldn't normally be involved in the war felt they had to do so because this was going to be so dangerous, it was going to affect us all eventually. Well, the two main ideologies in Russia today are Marxism-Leninism and Eurasianism. You cannot judge and understand World War II without understanding Nazism. You cannot understand Russia's aggression against Ukraine without understanding the residual impact of Marxism-Leninism, particularly the Leninism, and the impact of Eurasianism as popularized by people like Alexander Dugin, for instance. Now, I'll deal with the Marxism-Leninism first. Now, for 25 years, Russia has been portrayed to Western Christians and conservatives as a Christian nation, a standard bearer of Western values, Christian values, against the Muslim hordes, against the transgender movement, etc. Now, the transgender movement and the radical gay movement was actually started by the communists in the West under the direction of both the Chinese and the Russians. What we call wokeism is Maoism. We got wokeism from the communist bloc. Wokeism, political correctness, all came to us from the communist bloc, and now we're being manipulated by that same bloc into going to their side to fight something they gave us. Now, the Marxism-Leninism, every communist party around the world still looks fondly to Russia, to the Soviet Union, because they think either one day communism will be openly re-established in Russia, or at least Russia is the main enemy of their main enemy, the United States, and secondarily Israel, Taiwan, Ukraine, etc. So you've got all these communist parties. In Britain, you've got a whole raft of communist parties, and they all take a different line on Ukraine. The Communist Party of Britain, the main communist party in Britain, is run by Robert Griffiths out of Wales. They take the line, Russia was wrong to attack Ukraine, but it's all NATO's fault. The Trotskyists take the line, we actually defend Ukraine, but we got to get rid of NATO. The hardcore communists, the new Communist Party of Britain, the Communist Party of Great Britain, Marxist-Leninist, which Mr. Who's the chap yesterday? Mr. Galloway, who has been deeply affiliated with for many years through the Workers' Party. The communists, they take the line, Russia is justified, Russia is right, we love China, we love Iran, we love Russia, they are the movement going forward. So, but we got to get rid of NATO. All strands of the British communist movement, the American communist movement, all around the world, want to end NATO. And they will take a different line in Ukraine depending on the public opinion and of their local country and the position they hold in the national politics. The Trots support Ukraine, the hardline Stalinists support Russia, the Communist Party of Britain tries to play a neutral line, but they are all anti-NATO, every single one of them. Why are they anti-NATO? Because if Russia wants to dominate Europe, it's going to be a heck of a lot easier with no NATO. The Russians have been at war with NATO since NATO was founded. And why was NATO founded? Because Russia, the Soviet Union, kept invading its neighbors. Why has Sweden and Finland joined NATO after decades or hundreds of years of neutrality? They did it for fun. They did it because they know what's coming. Their intelligence services are warning about the arms buildups, the spy flights, the infiltration, the subversion. They know what Russia intends to do. Now, so this Marxism-Leninism is spreading Russian propaganda across the globe. Just like during COVID, all of the communist parties of the world followed the Chinese line on COVID. When we were going through the COVID epidemic, we were living through 2.5 years of Chinese mass line politics enforced on our countries. The mass line was there was not going to be any discussion of the origins of COVID. There was not going to be any attempt to use alternative therapies, vitamin D therapy, ivermectin, anything like that. There was only going to be lockdowns, vaccines, and vaccines, you know, and masking. Lockdowns, vaccines, and masks. That was the Chinese line. And in this country, you had Susan Mickey of the SAGE group advising Boris Johnson. They called her the masked Nazi. But why didn't everybody say she was a member of the Communist Party of Britain? She's completely in bed with the Chinese for decades. She's Communist Party royalty. Both of her parents were almost certainly Soviet agents. And she is now in the World Health Organization at the head of the Behavioral Modification Unit, which is going to advise the World Health Organization how to get us to accept all the mandates that are going to come through from the next pandemic. So pivoting back to Ukraine. So you've got this left-wing network all around the world that is still very, very active, very powerful in this country. It works through the campaign group of the Labour Party. That's basically a branch of the Communist Party serving in the Labour Party here. Richard Bergen and all these people, Ken Livingstone, all of those folks. So that communist movement is very much still alive and is very much loyal to Moscow and China and is very much functioning as a propaganda arm for China. And just by the way, you'll notice that all of the states and all of the countries that had the harshest lockdowns during COVID are all the countries that had the most Chinese influence in their politics. Where the unions were strongest, the unions locked down the economy, the subservient politicians locked down the churches, and they did what they were told to do, because the purpose of that operation was not public health, it was to wreck Western economies and get us used to doing what we're told to do. So you got the left, and the Russians still have the left. When the Russians invaded Donbas in 2014, the new Communist Party of Britain and the Communist Party of Britain set up a group under Alex Gordon of the RMT, the Solidarity with Anti-Fascist Resistance in Ukraine, SARU, to publicize, to basically propagandize for the Russians. They wouldn't say they agreed with what was happening. They said they supported the resistance in Ukraine, the little green men, because they said it was a popular uprising against the oppression of the Russian speakers in Ukraine. It was a complete scam. It was as much of a scam as when Hitler told people he was invading the Sudetenland because of the oppression of the German speakers in Czechoslovakia. So the communists were very actively involved in this. Vladimir Putin has been courting the communists still today. In 2017, he convened a conference in Sochi, Russia, inviting 30,000 young communists from all over the world, including the Young Communist League of Britain, Young Communist League United States, France, Germany, Sri Lanka, 30,000 young communists to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution. He keynoted it, he organized it, he secured the venue, addressed the audience. They treated him like he was Taylor Swift. They were, you know, ga, 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 ga. And he told them, go for it, the future is yours. He has since held 2 more communist conventions in Moscow in 2024, another one in 2022, with the Young Communist League, the American Communist Party, communists from all over the world to push Russia's narrative amongst the left. Vladimir Putin is re-Sovietizing the army. The red flag is going back up on the tanks. The Donetsk and Luhansk are now the Donetsk and Luhansk. Is 100% behind Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. 100%. They are working with the World Federation of Democratic Youth, the World Federation of Trade Unions, World Federation of Democratic Women to spread this propaganda line in every country of the Western world, the Third World, and wherever they can. So that Marxism-Leninism is still a thing in Russia. The second biggest party in the Russian Duma is the Russian Communist Party, which loyally, completely loyally supports Putin in everything he does. The only non-communist party to attend the World Federation of Democratic Youth, the Sochi Youth Festival in 2017, was Putin's Young Russia, the youth wing of his political party. So they're joined at the hip. Now, but the right, why is so much of the right supporting Putin? Why is so much of the right willing to tolerate what he's doing, to excuse what Putin's doing, and in many cases to cheerlead for it? Well, about 25 years ago, the Russians started to do large conferences inviting American and European Christians to conferences in Georgia, in Hungary, and even within the borders of Russia to tell British and European and American Christians about the wonderful revival of Christianity in Europe, in Russia. That Vladimir Putin was going to be a lion of Christianity, that we're going to stand against the radical gay agenda, that we are going to reintroduce Christian values. Of course, this was a lie. You know, in the last Christmas, I think, or Easter, last Easter, 4% of the Russian population went to church. In America, it was close to 30%. In Ukraine, it was well above 4%. All the American Christian churches who went to Russia in the early 90s to proselytize the souls of Russia have all fled. They've all been driven out of the country. The only church that is sanctified in Russia now is the Russian Orthodox Church, which is a KGB appendage, which has always worked for the KGB right since it was re-legalized in the 1940s, and is an arm of the Russian state. Meanwhile, Ukraine has complete religious liberty. except that Tucker Carlson will tell you that Zelensky has been clamping down on religion. Well, there has been a couple of Russian Orthodox churches that have been kicked out of state buildings in Ukraine because they were working for the Russians. No, they haven't been shut down. They've been kicked out of their leases of government buildings. Tucker Carlson will tell you that Ukraine has clamped down on political opposition. Who did he clamp down? The Ukrainian Communist Party, which is completely loyal to Moscow. But he will never mention that. He'll just tell you political opposition. And they haven't held elections, even though it's mandated in the Ukrainian constitution, you cannot hold an election during wartime. And you tell me when the last time Putin held a legitimate election in his country. Tell me. Why does the Putin regime have any moral legitimacy whatsoever? At all. It is not Christian, it's not conservative, it's radically aggressive, it's informed by Marxism, Leninism, the Soloviki, the GRU people, the old Communist Party apparatus who still run Russia, still love Leninism. Why would they not? Because Lenin was the cleverest political philosopher of our time and took the communist movement from nothing to controlling a third of the globe in 40 years. So they still admire Lenin. They haven't buried Lenin. Lenin is still lying in his tomb in Red Square. So how have they got to the right? Well, they did it starting with the message of Christianity. That appealed to a lot of American Christian groups. They started sending people like Alexei Sokolov to major meetings of the Council for National Policy in America, big Christian conservative organizations. They started courting these people, bringing them to Moscow, and funding them. Funding American Christian conservative organizations and telling them that Putin is on their side. And the Christians love a redemption story. They love to think that Russia's seen the light. Russia has come to the light. Russia is now a Christian country. We were right all along. We're going to proselytize Russia. This is a cynical scam. Very, very cynical scam. But many have fallen for it, unfortunately. The other big aspect of this is the Eurasianism movement of Alexander Dugin. Now, Tucker Carlson interviewed Dugin on Russian TV not long ago, and the guy came across like Santa Claus, like Grandpa Walton. He was just a kindly philosopher, and he just wants Christian values and traditional values reestablished. He didn't quote any of his book, several books where he calls for civil war in Europe and the United States, the murder of our leaders. He calls for the absolute destruction of Ukraine, where he says Ukraine is not a people, not a nation. They don't mention the fact that many of the mass murderers, Anders Breivik in Norway, Brenton Tarrant in my hometown of Christchurch, New Zealand, they were all Duginites. They were disciples of Dugin, of Eurasianism. Eurasianism is the philosophy of basically a white socialist republic stretching all the way from Vladivostok right across Europe and encompassing Canada. This attracts Nazis and white supremacists, alt-right. This is both the hardcore Stalinist communists and the fascist forces of Europe love Dugin. They absolutely love him. Because the communists understand he's promoting communism, but the Nazis think he's going to give them this white socialist republic stretching across the northern hemisphere. And it was Dugin's philosophy. Well, Dugin, one of his first, when he was the son of a GRU officer. He was, according to his biography, he was recruited by the KGB in the mid-80s. He was involved in occult circles in Moscow at the time. A lot of the young intelligentsia of Moscow at the time loved the occult, and they thought it was exciting and adventurous, and Alexander Dugin was part of this. And he was recruited by the KGB to develop a philosophy that would appeal to the fascist forces and the more conservative forces of Europe. And so what he did, he was involved in advising the Communist Party of Russia, the Russian Federation. He was involved with Putin's party, and he also helped to establish the National Bolshevik Party, the Natbols, who are really the inspiration of, as I said, of many of our mass killers, Anders Breivik, Brenton Tarrant, several of the US, the El Paso Walmart killer, the Buffalo supermarket killer. They were all Dugonites. They were all National Bolsheviks. They had National Bolshevik symbolism in their manifestos. You know, Brenton Tarrant had all these National Bolshevik symbols, and our government suppressed his manifesto, put it on the Indecent Publications Tribunal, the same thing they used to regulate pornography. I can't even talk about it in New Zealand, and they called him a Trump supporter. He was explicitly anti-Trump, explicitly pro-Russia, and called Communist China his favorite government in the world. So what's the influence of Dugin? Dugin has networks all through Europe. He's got little schools where he trains young conservative kids in Germany and Brazil and around the country, all funded by the Russian government and by Russian oligarchs, of course. And he has these tentacles going all over Europe now, all over the United States, all over Brazil, Latin America, into Africa, Asia, etc. So this Duganite thing is appealing to the conservative kids, to the right-wing kids, to the people who are disgusted by wokeism. So the left, promulgated by Russia, gave us wokeism, by Russian China gave us wokeism, and Alexander Dugin's people are the antidote to the wokeism. And so, you know, Putin comes and says, I hate wokeism, I hate this gay agenda in the West, all this kind of thing. Well, most Western conservatives don't like it. Most Western conservatives hate wokeism. They don't like George Soros. They don't like this liberal drift, the uncontrolled immigration. They don't like it. All of which was driven by the left. All of which, the open immigration was all driven by the left. Except for Angela Merkel, who brought 1 million Muslims into Germany, much to the disgust of the German people, which has driven the popularity of the AfD. But Angela Merkel used to be the head of the East German Communist Youth, the ideological head of the East German Communist Youth, who trained in Moscow, and the German intelligence services warned the Christian Democratic Union not to allow that woman to become leader of their party. So as a conservative, she orientated Germany to Russia, Ostpolitik, got them hooked on Russian oil, and let 1 million refugees from Syria and other countries come into the country, which had been driven there by Putin's battles in Syria. So the Russians do the scissor strategy. They do all the left-wing stuff, which disgusts us all, then they offer the right-wing alternative. But I am a supporter of the US Constitution. I do not like fascism. I do not like Nazism. And I do not like socialism or communism. I like the British parliamentary system. I like the US Constitution. I like the democratic norms of the West. They are not perfect. They need to be a lot stronger. We've been let down by weak as weasel piss conservative leaders for a century, with the exception of Churchill and 1 or 2 others. But it is still preferable to any form of tyranny. And I think we need to work on the best of what we have rather than slide into leftism and socialism and communism directed at us by Russia and China, or the fascism and Nazism directed us by Russia right now. Now, there's another little aspect to this. There's a war going on in the Trump administration right now. And this is why I think there's a lot of uncertainty on Trump's policy towards Ukraine. Because the American public, most of the Democrats support Ukraine, and a majority of the Republicans still support Ukraine. But I would say about 1/4 of the American population and probably a little over half of the Republicans are either sour on Ukraine or are now openly supporting Russia. So how did this come about? How did the party of Reagan, who was very, very strong on the evil, attacking the evil empire, holding off the evil empire, how did this come about? Well, part of it is Duginism, comes through the new right. Steve Bannon is a fan of Dugin. Tucker Carlson is a big fan of Dugin. These people have influence on policy. They have a lot of influence. A lot of Republicans wouldn't stand for Ukraine when the invasion first happened because they were scared of the power of Tucker Carlson, who immediately came out and says, I'm rooting for Russia. I am supporting Russia in this struggle, and consistently lies to the American public about the Ukraine war. He is the one who popularizes this myth that Ukraine is suppressing political parties. So Ukraine is suppressing religion. He will repeat these lies endlessly to the American public. And because he is so good on so many things and has got such an audience, the lies are treated as truth by millions and millions of Americans, the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world, etc. Then you got the QAnon movement, which has a lot of Russian propaganda in it. You got the libertarian movement. Ron Paul's libertarians have sold themselves to Russia a long time ago. They've been working in Russian conferences. They've been working with Denis Kucinich, a pro-Russian patriot, for many, many years. And so you have this infiltration of the right. It was interesting, we had the riots at Charlottesville, Virginia, a few years, 2017, I think. You had battles on the streets. 2 cops died in a helicopter crash. A young woman was killed when a car plowed into a crowd of protesters and killed her. And Trump got the blame for this. Trump and Trump supporters got the blame for this. This was a battle between pro-Russian communists from the Party of Socialism and Liberation and pro-Russian fascists led by Richard Spencer and David Duke of the KKK. You had 2 Russian factions battling on the streets of Charlottesville, and who got the blame for it? Conservatives, Trump, Republicans, etc. That was a Russian operation, folks. The Russians were on both sides of that struggle. Just like the Russians were amping up the Black Lives Matter struggle and taking anti-Black Lives Matter to people, take them to the anti-globalization of movement of Russia run by Ivan, what's his name, to indoctrinate them against Black Lives Matter. They play both sides, people. But there's a philosopher we should all know about, a man called Curtis Yarvin. Yarvin is the American Dugin. He is praised by Dugin. His philosophies echo those of Dugin. He's a big advocate of multipolarity. Now, I go to conservative conferences now, and I hear conservatives talking about the wonders of multipolarity. The argument of multipolarity, which comes from the Duginites, is that America is the unipolar power in the world. It's all America. America is the power. This is an unhealthy situation. We need to share the power around. We need to develop the power of Russia. We need to develop the power of China. We need to develop the power of Iran to spread the power around the world. So you've got one relatively free power, but that's not good. So let's build up the tyrannies. Let's build up the tyranny of Russia. Let's build up the tyranny of China. Let's build up the tyranny of Iran, because this has got to be good for the world, right? No. America should develop with its allies and stand against the tyrannies, support the people of Iran, support the people of Russia, support the people of China against their dictator. That is the real way forward, not to go from a unipolar America to a multipolar world. And what will happen, clearly, is if we have a multipolar world, the Russians and the Chinese will work to subvert the whole world against America, and America will be destroyed. Now, Curtis Yarvin is a big advocate of the multipolar world, and he advocates that the United States should abandon Europe to Russia. He explicitly writes this. and that we should abandon Asia to China, everything west of the date line. And that's my country, New Zealand, folks. That's Australia. They should all be abandoned to China. All of Europe should be abandoned to Russia, and America gets the Western Hemisphere. This is what he advocates. He advocates the abolition of the Constitution. He advocates a technocratic monarchy in America. The Enlightenment was a bad thing. That when we had monarchies and feudalism, the world was a happier place. And we need to go back to that system. And this guy is a lunatic. But this guy is admired by Tucker Carlson. This guy is admired by J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, who has consistently quoted him. This guy is admired by Michael Anton, who's one of the top guys in the US State Department now. So this is why you've got this uncertainty going on over policy with Ukraine, because there's a battle going on. You've got the pro-Russia element, Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk to a degree, Michael Anton, Peter Thiel. They are the people who put Tulsi Gabbard in as Director of National Intelligence, for instance. Tulsi Gabbard has a 20-year history with communism. She propagandized for Bashar al-Assad. She has worked with pro-North Korean elements. She's worked with the Democratic Socialists of America, the Communist Party USA. I was at a conference in Chicago in 2017, the People's Summit, 3,000 Marxist-Leninists in a room, and she was the keynote speaker. She'd just come back from Syria, and she wowed them, just like she wows the conservatives at CPAC today, saying exactly the same thing, but then she used communist terminology. Now she uses a little bit of Christian and constitutionalist terminology. So we have a problem in America now with the Putin Republicans. We've got a problem with the Chinese Democrats. Both Kamala Harris and Tim Walz were deeply embedded with Chinese communism for decades, so we couldn't have them. We had to have Trump, but all of us knew that there were going to be people around Trump that were going to be problematic. And that's where we are right now. So my vision is this. We talk about philosophies. Well, Deepti talked about the spiritual underpinnings of what we're doing, that really we're in a battle here between good and evil. And the first thing you do in a battle between good and evil, you've got to be discerning enough to know which is which. And my opinion is that the Russian propaganda and the Chinese propaganda has so confused many Western conservatives, Christians, and patriots. They're now working for the wrong team. They're working for what they think is right, and they're working in a very committed way, in a very sincere way, but they're going down the wrong path. And so this is a very critical situation. And I will say this. I think there are moral consequences for making political decisions. You know, the United States and European countries committed to Ukraine, not, as Claire said, to fully protect them in the event of Russian aggression. They were forced to give up some people say 800 nukes, some people say 1,800 nukes. The answer is probably somewhere in the middle. But I can guarantee you this, if Ukraine still had those nukes, Russia would be living in peace, and so would Ukraine. There would be no war. Nobody invades a nuclear-powered country. This is why this argument that NATO's going to invade Russia is just beyond fallacious. Nobody's going to invade a country with between 6,000 and 20,000 nuclear weapons. No one. Well, nobody would have invaded Ukraine if Ukraine had between 800 and 1,800 nuclear weapons either. Nobody would have done that. So we forced Ukraine to give up its main means of protection on this sort of nebulous promise that we would guarantee their security. Well, when Russia invaded Crimea, when Russia and their little green men attacked in the Donbas, Obama did nothing. Obama when Obama talked to Medvedev back in 2012 and said, when it was caught on a hot mic situation, when I get re-elected, I'll have more flexibility to deal with you. He was talking to his boss. Obama did nothing about Russia's incursions. Biden, back in the 70s, there were 3 US senators who were regarded as the most pro-Soviet. John Kerry, who I call Jane Fonda with less testosterone, Ted Kennedy, and Joe Biden. Joe Biden was always Russia's man. So what did Biden, a lot of American conservatives won't help Ukraine because Biden's helping Ukraine and we don't like Biden, so therefore this is wrong. Biden invited the attack on Ukraine. Biden said a limited incursion into Ukraine would not warrant an American response. If that wasn't the green light, I've never heard one. Then the first deliveries of aid were blankets and pistol ammunition. He slow-walked everything he possibly could for as long as he possibly could. He never put the sanctions on or never effectively enforced the sanctions that he promised. He was doing back-channel negotiations with Russia all through the war. If Biden was a friend of Ukraine, I'm a monkey's uncle. But the fact that he was pretending to be disarmed a lot of American conservatives and Republicans. It actually served Russia's interest to have a pretend friend of Ukraine in the White House. A pretend friend of Ukraine. So Biden also, the first thing he did was shut down the Keystone Pipeline when he came into power, which put energy restrictions on our country. That was organised by the Communist Party USA, those Native American protests, by Judith LeBlanc of the Communist Party USA, which is loyal to Communist China and to Russia to this day. And so Biden drove up the price of world energy, which is what Putin used to fund his war in Ukraine. So Biden is a friend of Ukraine. Tell me how he's a friend of Ukraine. He wasn't. And now Trump has a choice. Because this is the thing. If we promise a country protection and force them to give up their weapons and then we renege on that promise, is there a consequence for that? Is there a political consequence? All America's allies around the world realize there is a consequence. But I would say there is a spiritual consequence for that. Because I do believe in God. I believe in a righteous universe. I believe that there is good and there is evil. And that nations that do evil will be punished. And if we force Ukraine to give up their weapons on a promise of some protection, then fail to deliver, I believe we will suffer immensely for that. I think the West will suffer immensely for that. I think that is part of my worldview. That is my philosophy. That is my spiritual beliefs. I think the world is just. I think morality counts. I think God watches all that we do, and more importantly, what we do not do that we darn well should do. So I think the answer right now for President Trump is to purge the pro-Russian element from his administration and let the more sensible people come forward to stand with Ukraine, to supply them the weapons that Biden promised but didn't deliver, and actually really apply sanctions against Russia. Russia cannot survive full American sanctions. Russian economy is in deep trouble right now. If we do that, and I know it's not as bad as some people are saying, Terry, I do understand that. If we do that, we have a chance of ending the war on Ukraine's terms. That will be the end of Putin. We can only get someone better. Russia may split into various components, which will be good for us and good for the Russians. The mullahs will be over. The CCP will be in huge trouble and probably be overthrown by its own people. And even Rocket Boy will probably be gone. And we will have a chance to live in a world that we can be proud to hand to our children, knowing that it's the safest and most secure that it's ever been. Faith and courage will get us through. This is a time for courage, for morality, and standing for what is right, not cowardly compromise, not allowing evil to dominate this globe. Thank you. Stop.
All right, so thank you very much. We're going to take questions for Mr. Loudon after lunch, or during lunch, I'm sorry. We have lunch being served, and we want to make sure that we get to eat it warm. So, yeah.
Just 1 second. Sorry, I think I miscommunicated. We will take the questions during lunchtime, because this is extremely important. I'm sure all of us have questions. However, we will continue with the presentations, which is what Andrew's just left. Okay. Well, time for question then. Mr. Trevor. Sure. Andrew is coming. He's just taking a break. That's all.
I'll talk to this gentleman, then you, Terry. This gentleman first, please. Just no, this gentleman first, please. You, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this gentleman.
Sorry, I'm up. Yes, thank you for that. I've been involved with the Truth and Freedom movement in the UK for the last 3 or 4 years.
The what, sorry?
I've been involved with fighting for truth and freedom in the UK for the last 3 or 4 years. We had 1 million people on the streets. And why were we? Because the Conservative government had one of the most restrictive COVID regimes in the planet, as did New Zealand, as did the United States. Which countries did not have such restrictive regimes? Belarus and Nicaragua. Now, they're 2 countries you say are too much in the neo-communist sphere of influence. So I think when we're talking about things like that, we shouldn't just be confused and make things up.
So the communists gave us the COVID. They knew it wasn't what it was said. So they didn't have to have the restrictions in their country that we did, because the restrictions were not to fix COVID. The restrictions were to wreck our economies. That's why the British trade union movement, which is controlled by the Communist Party of Britain, enforced, with Susan Mickey, basically enforced some of the harshest restrictions in the world. That's why the worst place in Australia, Victoria, which is controlled by pro-Chinese unions, and the pro-Chinese Premier, Daniel Andrews, had the worst restrictions in Australia.
Well, who controlled the New Zealand and British governments then? Was it globalist forces?
You've got a lot of Chinese influence in this country. You don't have to...
Yes, but the main thing I was going to ask is, how would you get regime change in Russia? Because that is what you're actually arguing for, which I think's a bit over the top, to be honest.
I'm an optimist. Look, New Zealand was run by Jacinda Ardern, a Marxist, an absolute Marxist, former president of the World Socialist Youth, a communist. So she enforced the Chinese line. We got Chinese mass line politics enforced on our country. The country in Europe, one of the countries in Europe with the least Chinese influence was Sweden, which had some of the lightest regimes. So you will find wherever you go, the Chinese were in there. But how would you get regime change in Russia? You just sanction the bad guys, and you let the Russian people do what the Russian people want to do. The Chinese Communist Party almost fell during the White Paper Rebellion of a couple of years ago. It would have fallen with a little bit of encouragement from the United States. The communist government in Cuba almost fell about 3 years ago, but Biden forbade Cubans refugees from coming to the United States. Everybody else could come, but not the Cubans. So that fell. Then you had there have been 2 major rebellions in Iran, the Green Rebellion in 2009, then the recent one about 2 or 3 years ago, both of which would have toppled the regime with a little bit of encouragement. Just a little bit of encouragement. There's already plenty of forces, freedom forces in those countries. A little bit of encouragement from the West. We could have ended the mullahs. We could have ended their support for the guerrillas around the world. We could have ended the CCP. This is the vision I hold for the world. I do not want to give to my children and grandchildren a world where tyrants are still allowed to exist, where we have the power to stop them. Faith and courage is what we need. Terry, you might have something to say.
I've got them.
I am outraged by what you have been saying during at least 1 hour. I know the family Dugin. His daughter was murdered by the secret services of Ukraine.
And how do you prove that? How do you know that? Well, so...
No, let me finish, because you have been speaking for 1 hour, now it's my turn. So basically, you are saying that Dugin has an impact on the conservative in Europe. This is not true, because all the conservative in Europe are supporting Ukraine. The neo-Nazi from Europe are all in the Carpathian Sich division in Ukraine.
That is not true. There's not...
Oh, you're right. I am in contact with few of them. That is the problem. Now, we have Navalny, who was supported by the European Union, that is supported by the Russian neo-Nazi. Now, you are telling us that the story of the policy of COVID was invented by the Chinese? No, it's coming from ESG, DII, WEF. And actually, we had a politician in France called Philippe de Villiers that has been reporting a meeting that he has been attending in October 2019 in New York with the team of Bill Gates and George Soros that were simulating a pandemic with COVID. So don't tell us that this is coming from the Chinese. And actually, the Communist Party in Russia represents 13%. They are neglectable. So everything that you have been saying is just fluff.
Okay, let me answer that. First of all, yes, the right wing, many of the right wingers of Europe love Dugin. It's absolutely incontrovertible. Now, yes, you know, Fauci was involved in the COVID. Of course he was. There's all sorts of people. But you look at the WEF. Who controls the WEF? Yeah, the World Economic Forum. Look, in 2024, just a minute. In 2022, there was a big meeting in Beijing organized by the youth wing of the Chinese Communist Party. The main speakers were Vladimir Putin, a top representative of the Chinese Communist Party, Klaus Schwab, and the head of the United Nations. Vladimir Putin has been in bed with the WEF since the early 90s. You know, Klaus Schwab has a bust of Lenin in his office right behind him. If the WEF collapsed tomorrow, the Chinese Communist Party would just build another one. If the Chinese Communist Party collapsed tomorrow, that would be the end of the WEF. The WEF is not the boss here. They are basically puppets of the CCP, puppets of Russia to a large degree.
Well, you should know that Vladimir Putin has been targeting the WEF as a military target. So whatsoever he's saying, is wrong.
So why was he one of the earliest supporters? Why did he set up a St. Petersburg branch of the WEF, which is still functioning? Look, Putin does this kind of stuff. He tells you, look, we stand with you against the Muslim hordes. But then he is the one who drives the Muslim hordes into Europe. Look, Putin told you he wasn't going to invade Ukraine. Why would I believe a damn thing Putin ever told me?
You know, you dare to say that the Russian people, they haven't been electing Vladimir Putin? When was the last time you went to Moscow? Go there. You've never been putting your feet in Ukraine.
I was never a Nazi.
During 10 years and no more than you.
Were you ever a Nazi Germany, Terry? You know, how can you condemn Nazi Germany if you were never there? Yes, Claire.
Thanks for your talk. It was quite enlightening. I do know that you haven't visited Ukraine. You did tell us that yesterday. Secondly, you talk a lot about, and your colleague, you talk about Syria. You talked about Breivik and this guy in Christchurch, New Zealand. Yes. I wonder if you know about Operation Gladio.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because that, of course, was paramilitary units undercover, starting from World War II under Galen in Europe, operated by CIA and MI6 and so on. And I wonder if you know about Operation Timber Sycamore, which was gun running to ISIS from Libya to Syria. Because there are other networks. But what I'm saying, you're outlining all these communist networks, but you're not balancing the story. You're not talking, you seem unaware about false flag attacks and attacks organized by right-wing paramilitary networks throughout Europe.
You know, the Russians used to do, look, who did the gun running from Tunisia, from Libya to Syria? Who did that? Well, it was under Obama. He was the president. Okay, both of whom were deeply in bed with the Russians their entire career. You know, Obama was mentored by Frank Marshall Davis, the Hawaiian communist, who was on the security index. He worked heavily with the Communist Party in Chicago. He appointed many communists to his regime. He basically worked. Look, when he did the Medvedev thing, I wasn't joking when I said he was talking to his boss. He was far more pro-Russia, far more pro-China than he ever was pro-Europe. He's the one who put the bust of, who took down the bust of Winston Churchill. So look.
Mother and father worked for the CIA. Mother and father of Obama was CIA.
That's absolute.
That's not, it's true.
I've written a 700-page book. I did all the initial work on Obama. That is just pure disinformation. There's no evidence for that whatsoever. His,
Can we go and have a get a lunch, come back, keep the discussion as civilized as possible, please? I'm all for a fiery debate.
And we do have 2 more questions left when we come back for Mr. Loudon. So we've got lunch. It's warm. So we're going to go right outside.
have to finish writing this paper. I'm swamped.
Just get Grammarly. It's free.
Can it help with what I wrote last night?
Grammarly will catch all those spelling and grammar errors, and it'll help with the bigger stuff. Grammarly can also give you ideas to make your writing better. Add more background, add specific examples, focus your conclusion.
This sounds like me, but better. A less damp me. You think a less damp me could get that internship?
A less damp you can do anything. Download Grammarly for free.
B&Q and TradePoint's big You Can Do It sale is now on. Get 20% off kitchens when you spend £2,500 on a kitchen, and 20% off bathrooms when you spend £750 on a bathroom. It's time to make a big deal of those kitchen and bathroom dreams. Shop in-store, on the app, or at DIY.com. You can do it when you B&Q it.
Richard. Thank you. In the spring of 2020, there's all of the liberal democracies in Europe.
All right, I believe this is working. Excellent. So let me hand this off to Mr. Andrew Bridgen.
Thank you, Laura. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've had some quite stimulating debates so far today, and I hope this will be one as well. What Dr. Beast has asked me to speak to you about this afternoon is the amount of knowledge that the British public, our leaders, and our military have of the origins of the special military operation. And this will be from my personal experience of 14 years, over 14 years serving in the UK Parliament as the Member of Parliament for North West Leicestershire. I think that very few of our elected representatives in Parliament actually will have a detailed view of the origins of the conflict currently ongoing in Ukraine. Our military will have more knowledge, but you have to bear in mind that the MOD, our Ministry of Defence, is no longer run by admirals, generals and air marshals. It has been run for several decades by civil servants. And as for the public generally are still getting their news from the BBC, Sky, ITV, and the legacy newspapers. There is more information available from independent broadcasters and the independent media on social media, and we are seeing a continual decline in those going for the traditional news outlets. I think that is a problem. And this is something I've witnessed myself during my time in Parliament. I did uncover the Horizon Post Office scandal very shortly after arriving in 2010. And by 2014, I had all the evidence that the thousands of postmasters, and I forgive the people not from the UK who may not be aware of this, this was a government organisation, the Post Office, owned completely by the government through an independent company, but all the shares are owned by the government, where a software system was foisted upon sub-postmasters to use for their accounts, which was actually faulty and was covered up by Fujitsu. This resulted in 1,000 innocent people being criminalised. Many of them went to prison, they were fined, they were disgraced, and it was covered up for at least 2 decades. And the fact is that I had all the evidence in 2014 that there had been a huge miscarriage of justice. I had the statement from the Fujitsu whistleblower that they were altering computer accounts in sub-postmasters' offices remotely without the knowledge of the sub-postmaster, which made all of those convictions unsafe. And I went to the BBC, I went to ITV, I went to Sky, I went to Channel 4, I went to the Times, the Telegraph, the Mail, the Express. And I said to every one of those journalists in the lobby, and they're all represented there, here's all the evidence, 2014. I've already said it in the House of Commons. There's the statements, there's the evidence. Those people are innocent, or at least their convictions are unsafe. There's all the evidence. You run this story, you will get an award. You've just uncovered the biggest miscarriage of justice in the history of this country so far. And to a man and a woman, none of them could ever run that story. That is the control, even that many years ago, over our mainstream media. That was a narrative that couldn't be allowed to come out. It eventually did come out in 2024 when ITV produced a program about the whole thing, a sort of docudrama, and everything that's in there I'd actually said 10 years before in the Chamber of the House of Commons, on the record at Hansard, and then there was a big public outcry about it. And it all had to come out, and everything was and the media all played their part, but every one of those in the media had done that, had covered it up. And it was interesting that it was ITV because the whole scandal, it was all pretty much blamed on the CEO of the post office, Paula Venables. But she didn't arrive till 2010. The system had been put in around 98. Tony Blair knew that it was faulty when he put it in. It was covered up under David Cameron because, unbeknownst to us at the time, he was planning to sell off the post office and didn't want any bad publicity around the post office. And of course, it didn't help that the CEO of ITV, when I went there and gave them the story, 4 years before he'd been the CEO of the post office. So of course he didn't want to run the story. And of course, when the story did come out, he was excluded from it because it was written by ITV. Now, if the public are willing to, if the media are willing to cover up something like that, why should we believe that we're getting the correct news about vaccines, pandemics, net zero, or the war in Ukraine? It is a huge worry to me. It's been demonstrated so many times that people are not getting the truth. And that's why I was very keen to come here today and share my experiences of being in Parliament. So what truth aren't we being told, or the public aren't being told? And I don't believe my colleagues are being told, my former colleagues in the House of Commons are being told. Well, for most of the public and for most MPs, the conflict in Ukraine started on the 24th of February 2022 when Russia invaded. That is their timeline. It is interesting that that was about 6 hours after we'd just gone out of the last emergency, which was the COVID pandemic, which was officially ended at midnight on the 24th. And 6 hours later, we were into the next emergency, which was the Russian invasion of Ukraine. As various people have said, in 1991, at the end of the Cold War, in return for allowing Germany to re-amalgamate East and West Germany, we promised the then Russian leader that we would not move NATO and European Union an inch east of Germany. We broke that. We broke that agreement, the Minsk agreement. We broke that. We broke it repeatedly. We broke it with the Baltic states, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Romania, and everything else. And do we use propaganda in this country? Of course we use propaganda. We saw it during the COVID emergency, pandemic. David Cameron had brought in what he called his nudge department. Nudge department. And I was all for that. He suckered me in. I fell for it. I voted for it. Being partly some of my experience at university was in behaviour. I could see that sending someone a letter saying 99% of people pay this, file their taxes on time and don't get fined £200 is a nicer message than if you don't file this by this date, you're going to get fined £200. People like to conform. I could see it. That's a nudge. But I mean, what we saw from that propaganda department in number 10, behavioural department, it certainly during the COVID pandemic, the nudge department became the shove department. And I don't like being shoved. And I don't like my constituents being shoved either. And that is very much what's in control of the messaging in our Parliament. It isn't just for those big occasions. It is all the time. So most of my colleagues will be completely unaware of the history of the Donbas, of what's happening in Eastern Europe. They will be blissfully unaware that the Istanbul Treaty or the work of Turkey and Israel to bring that conflict in Ukraine within weeks to a peaceful conclusion. was scuppered by Boris Johnson going out to tell Zelensky to fight on under orders from Joe Biden. They will not be aware of that. I think it's fair to say that the system in Parliament is encouraged to keep MPs compliant and lazy. The parties all have their whips department. They produce very helpful briefing notes for every issue, so you don't have to do your own research. They produce template letters to send to your constituents, so your staff love those. They love those because all they have to do is change the names, and they've got a template letter for every issue that you could be given. And for your media appearances, you'll be given a daily lines to take, the official lines to take. And as I know, personally, that when you start asking questions that challenge the narrative put out by your political party or the whole of Parliament, there are severe consequences. There are severe consequences for that. Now, I think what actually happened to me, and this was over the pandemic situation, going against the narrative, you are ostracized. I was excluded from the Conservative Party, expelled. I spent 20 months eating all my meals on my own in Parliament. And that was for the crime of questioning whether the government should be injecting children under 5 with an experimental vaccine when they're at no risk of actually catching COVID and suffering any long-term effects from it. And what was done to me, and what has been done to me over quite a number of years, where I've been separated from control of all my wealth, my private pension. I'm the only MP who had to sell his house to HS2, and that was an absolute land grab. Half of that was to punish me for having the temerity to challenge the narrative. But half of it was to demonstrate to my colleagues what would happen to them if they challenged the narrative. And that's whether you challenge the narrative on COVID-19 or net zero or the trans agenda or the war in Ukraine. And that lesson was not lost. What do I think? I think my colleagues in the House of Commons are mostly compromised. From personal experience, I was not stupid. So when you challenge the narrative, you know there's going to be a big backlash from the establishment. So I needed colleagues to stand with me on the issue of the vaccines, on the issue of Ukraine, on the issue of net zero. On the vaccines, I thought it was a quick sell. We're going to stop them vaccinating babies who don't need it. 1 in 6, 1 in 800 are going to die or be seriously injured from taking these vaccines for no benefit whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, when I get colleagues who've served many more years in the House than I had, and I'd been there 12 years at the time, tell me in November 22 that they've had 2 heart attacks after they've taken 2 Pfizer jabs. They know they're harmful, but I'm not speaking out. What sort of democracy do you think we're actually living in? When I have colleagues who come up to me and say, "You're absolutely right, Andrew. My sister's taken the Moderna booster and now she's paralyzed from the neck down with Guillain-Barré syndrome." But she's a nurse and she's now at the complete mercy. She was coerced into taking it. She's now at the complete mercy of the NHS. And you know, Andrew, how the NHS deal with whistleblowers. So I can't speak out. Well, what chance do you think when you're taking on, as a very senior colleague said to me in January 2023, Andrew, there is currently, and bear in mind his sister had to go to hospital as well after 2 Pfizer jabs, I knew that. So he was quite happy to not say anything. He said, Andrew, there is currently no political appetite for your views on the vaccines. There's no appetite for my views on Ukraine. There was actually no appetite for my views on net zero or the trans ideology being pushed onto our children. There's no political appetite. There may be in 20 years' time, and you're probably going to be proven right then. But in the meantime, you need to bear in mind you're taking on the most powerful vested interest in the world with all the personal risk for you which that will entail. I don't think he was joking. He wasn't joking. He's absolutely right. But when you've got a parliament, the mother of all parliaments, with 650 MPs, and you can go round the lot. And I went round the Labour Party. I was that desperate. I went round the Labour Party and asked them and said, look, you can make a name for yourself now. I've exhausted all the Conservatives. So now I'm coming to you, do the right thing. Back me on the vaccine, stop the children getting jabbed. And they say, we're not taking on Big Pharma. We're not taking on Big Pharma. We're not taking on Big Pharma. Well, the most powerful vested interest in the world is also got a huge vested interest in us having a war in Ukraine. And the control of that media, I believe, is by the same people. They control the media. They've controlled our politicians. They're certainly controlled. They control big business. And they control the narrative. And if you step out of line, they're going to squash you. Well, I mean, no wonder the people in this country don't get the real truth about any of these issues. And I fear that we are being pushed into a war with Ukraine, with Russia. And I think they need a war with Russia to cover up the lies they've told to you, the money they have stolen from you, and also the crimes they have committed against you. I think it's very telling that the first thing that Tony Blair did in 1997, when he got into government with his landslide, was not in his manifesto. The first thing that Tony Blair did, which was perplexed me at the time, was he took the death penalty out of the Treason Act. With hindsight, I can now see why he did it. And I think that certainly even before that, I think our prime ministers of different colours, but all part of the Uniparty, have committed treason against our people. I think they are doing it on an ongoing basis. And there is an old adage in Parliament which is said that on anything where all the parties agree, the uniparty policy, one would see now, on anything where all the parties in Parliament agree, it's always bad for the people. And I would say that that has been proved correct time and time and time again. And we've talked about the propaganda, and we've talked about, everyone uses propaganda. Do I think that Mr. Putin is good? I don't know. I doubt it. He's using propaganda. But don't say that we're not using propaganda, because we are absolute masters of propaganda in this country. And our politicians, we're supposed to speak in our parliament without fear or favour. Well, I can assure you from personal experience, I was offered a bribe in January 22 to shut up about the vaccines and the pandemic response. And I was offered anything I wanted to sell you out. Anything I wanted. I had never had an offer like that before. And to shut up, play the game. I said, is that the game we're playing? And they said, yes, it was the game we're playing. I said, I can have what I want. He said, well, pretty much. I said, well, if that's the game we're playing, I want the Prime Minister's resignation letter. Unfortunately, that was the one thing I couldn't have. So I said, I don't really want anything else. And And that was war from that moment onwards. My life became pretty much hellish. And I think I'm going to show you a little clip of where my mind was, what I was thinking from my experiences back in 2023.
Hello, my friends, and thank you for joining me here at Breedon-on-the-Hill Church. As you know, this place is very special to me.
That's it.
And it's not unlike thousands of... Hello, my friends, and thank you for joining me here at Breedon-on-the-Hill Church. As you know, this place is very special to me, and it's not unlike thousands of other beauty spots which dot across the landscape of our nation, which means so much to local people, grounding them in a deep sense of place that is both unique and universal. This church is most famous really for two things: the view you can see as far as Nottingham on a clear day, and the rare Saxon carvings. A monastery was built here when the Kingdom of Mercia was at the height of its powers, with some very beautiful carvings which we've retained today. In the 10th century, the Kingdom of Mercia and the other Anglo-Saxon kingdoms united to form a new nation, England, or Angelander, the land of the Angles, a nation that has stood proudly for centuries, weathering changes, celebrating victories, always moving together, moving forward. But now, our nation stands on a precipice, unfortunately, of our own making. We have allowed globalists with no care for our nation, or for the nations of our brothers and sisters around the world, to buy their way into the command structures of our countries, and they seek now to transform the vibrant colours of our nations into one bland and uniform shade of grey. They poison our blood with untested medical products. They poison our bodies with food drenched in pesticides. They poison the minds of our children by spreading the nonsense that men can be women and women can be men. They poison our very freedom by trying to take away the energy that we heat our houses with, we light our way with, that's driven our progress throughout the centuries, and package it up and redistribute it to us as they see fit. And the politicians you elect to represent our nations assist them in their mission, which is nothing less than the murder of those nations. But things are changing fast. The control mechanisms of these globalists are actually a house of cards glued flimsily together by the compliance of the masses in ignorance of their true power. The overreach of COVID has slapped many of us, myself included, wide awake. Movements around the world are saying no and reaching back to their own nations, and realise if they rest on their own sovereignty, the house of cards can easily be pulled apart. As more people wake up, the more these billionaires and their pet bureaucrats realise that their power and their control is actually slipping away. Since that control is actually based in fear, it's their natural instinct to dial it up on us, to redouble their efforts. So you must learn, we must learn, to live our lives without fear. We need to laugh, to live and to love in the face of adversity. There is nothing to fear from a virus that kills at approximately the same rate as annual influenza. There's nothing to fear about climate change, because the climate has always changed. And as they shepherd us towards a third world war, how will fear help us if that nightmare comes to pass? The only thing you should be afraid of is a future planned by globalists, whose project requires your compliance and has no room for your links to special places like this. These people will not relinquish their power easily or lightly. We're going to be in for a bumpy ride. But when it's over, and it will be over, we will be able to build a new nation, something better than we had before. The Saxon kings and queens and countless English men and women fought and died so you and I could live in a nation that was prosperous, safe and free. The globalists have a different plan for our future, but all we have to say is we will not comply. All we have to say is no. And their plans are dead and buried. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Well, that's what I was thinking 2 years ago. And nothing that has happened in the last 2 years has dissuaded me from the trajectory. I think that forces without the best interests of this nation at their heart, or any of our nations, are seeking to guide Europe, North America, and the rest of the world. Trump's election in the US has delayed the plans to get us into the war and made it far, far harder. When I was thrown out of the Conservative Party, despite having worked with my colleagues, hundreds of them, for something like 12 years, some of them, not one of my colleagues, the power of the Whip's office was that not one of my colleagues texted me or rang me, all the people I'd worked with for 12 years, to say that they were sorry or disappointed or you'll be all right, Andrew. Nobody. Nobody. But within an hour, I did get a call on my mobile from a US presidential candidate who said he would stand with me. Let's play there.
All of the liberal democracies in Europe, in North America, Canada, the United States, Australia, and elsewhere in New Zealand suddenly pivot and impose what I would call totalitarian controls, begin this kind of attack on civil rights, beginning with free speech. Yeah. In our country, it went quickly from free speech to you close all the churches for a year without any kind of scientific citation or public process, and you shut down jury trials, which is protected by the Seventh Amendment, without any. And there's no pandemic exemption in the United States Constitution, and I don't think there's one in Britain either. No. And then they closed all the businesses, so that's a property right that's protected by the Fifth Amendment. They closed the businesses without just due process or just compensation. The lockdowns and social distancing mandates also thwarted the freedom of assembly, which is also part of the First Amendment. So we had this kind of all, and then there was all these track and trace and these kind of intrusive government intrusions on our private rights that conflicted directly with the Fourth Amendment prohibitions against unwarranted searches and seizures. Suddenly you had to give your private medical records to leave the house or to go into businesses. And so I suddenly felt a companionship among people all over the world, even people whose political posture up until the beginning of the pandemic had been absolutely antithetical to my own. Suddenly I found myself in common cause with with leaders all over the world that were willing, who were showing the courage to stand up to these, what I would call totalitarian lockdowns. And Andrew Bridgen was one of the most courageous members of the British Parliament. We saw so much moral cowardice among leaders in the Western world. And so those who demonstrated courage during this period, I did my best to support and to, his infrastructure was trying to isolate them. I wanted to let him know that there were people around the world who, who supported him.
We're very much relying on the Trump, Kennedy, Vance to pull us out of the mess here. I think what they're doing in America is exposing a lot of the propaganda that's been used against us. When you start othering people, whether they're Russians, Jews, or Pakistanis, that is completely unhealthy once you start labeling all of a sort of people as evil or bad, because that isn't the way the world works. There are good and bad in every society, in every race. But once you start labeling Russians as bad, or the Chinese are all bad, we're heading to hell in a handcart, and that's where we're heading at the moment. The powers that control our politicians, they want the war. Trump's a problem, he doesn't want the war. And when Kennedy releases all the data and shows how we've all been played over the vaccines and healthcare, and that's going to come out before September, the whole thing is going to unravel for those who've betrayed our nations. And they know it. And the only problem with all that is that makes them more determined to get us into a war as fast as possible. A distraction, another chance for a totalitarian leader like Starmer, someone who locks up arrests 30 people a week in the UK for social media posts. 30 people a week. A man who has now, Starmer, is giving convicted criminals another, they're already only serving 50% of tariff if they behave themselves in prison. He's just given them another 7% reduction, so 43% of tariff, to free up another 3,000 prison places for this summer. And those, ladies and gentlemen, are for the people who don't hold his beliefs and espouse them on social media. That's where we're heading. And quite honestly, the only way we're going to stop this war is, A, to get the truth out. It's not going to come through Parliament. That is a closed shop. It's not going to come through the mainstream media. It's going to have to come up from the bottom, from the people, and through alternative media. And the only thing is that whatever comes out of America, our mainstream media will not be able to ignore. And the reason I've always spoken about the vaccine harms and the excess deaths is, although it's only one of the issues that we're facing, very sadly, doesn't matter which government you've got, ultimately they can't hide the bodies. And too many people will know people who've sadly been injured or killed by these medical treatments. And that's where we are at the moment. People are slowly waking up, but we still don't have the power. But I think we'll have the power later on, because the knowledge will be out there, and knowledge is power. I'm very happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you. Oh yes, I'll just show you one video. This is from a 1-minute clip from Parliament. This was a debate, a statement called by the government, where they said, we've got so many people now with mental health problems, we've got to now restrict people with mental health problems from getting the support they need, monetary support from the government. We're going to make it much harder for people with mental health problems to get benefits, because there's too many of you. And this is my question to the Minister, and I'll put it to you, that the answer he gave to this question, he could have given to my concerns about the Ukraine war, net zero, the trans agenda. Play the tapes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today's statement has been made necessary by the huge deterioration in the nation's health and mental health since the pandemic. And I think, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the whole House has to take responsibility, because this House voted for draconian lockdowns which devastated mental health, particularly amongst the young. This House voted to mandate untested experimental treatments, threatening people that they'd lose their jobs if they didn't take them, while giving immunity from prosecution to the manufacturers for their dangerous and defective products. Will the Minister do the best thing he can for public mental health by assuring the British public that these mistakes have been learned and will never be inflicted upon them again?
I'm afraid, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that I just simply don't subscribe to the theories that the honourable gentleman promotes, and I think it's probably best to leave it at that. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Andrew, thanks so much for that. You know, a quick statement. Your description of leaving Parliament after 12 years of service, it reminded me of when Dr. Peter McCullough left Baylor University Medical Center in Dallas, where he'd served as the Vice President of Internal Medicine for years. Not a single colleague called to say, hey, I know you were just doing the best you could, advocating early treatment to keep people out of hospital. Nothing. And this is what, I'll just conclude quickly and then I'll jump into my question. What you said is why I think we've lost faith in our institutions in the West. They seem to have been captured. So my question for you is, talking about the financial side of this, I feel like we conservatives feel like, you know, we're on the cusp of a revelation. We're on the cusp of real information being disclosed, real revelations made that will cast light on this strange period of darkness in which we've lived. But my question for you is, do you get the feeling that our financial system, with this proliferation of debt, a dependency on the equity markets in order to of debt in our equity markets to maintain a standard of living, has had the effect of blackmailing all of us? In other words, if a revelation is about to be made that could threaten this structure under which we live, you get the feeling that the financial establishment can just pull the rug out from under the whole thing. The sky is falling financially, and therefore freedom-loving individuals like us are just going to have to shut up and accept our lot. I know it's a rather amorphous question, but maybe it'll prompt some thoughts or a response.
Thank you, John.
Can you lower the volume?
Can you hear me? No, that's fine. Yes, we are also got the fear of a financial meltdown. We've heard about what BRICS are doing, and to an extent, I mean, America are responsible for their own downfall. Why would you expect countries, when they see the way that the US dealt with Russia, why would any sensible nation want to leave themselves open to that level of coercion if they can possibly avoid it? And of course, you know, that lesson has not been lost on other nations. If you don't play the game that the Americans want you to play, and we've heard about, you know, sovereign nations and they've got to make their own choices. Well, if you make your own choices, we steal your money and hold you to ransom. So of course they're going to want to get out of that. To be honest, I think a financial crisis and crash around the world is inevitable. I think it's probably overdue. We never sorted out the world and the banking after 2008 banking crisis. And I think the two sides of that coin currently are that the globalists want to crash the financial system and bring in central bank digital currencies. The digital euro is only a year or so away, and that's coming. And I think the other side probably may want to crash the current system because the fiat Ponzi scheme is going to blow anyway and get back to some sort of asset-based backed currency. So, yes, we've got that to look forward to as well. And of course, those in those positions of power can pull that financial rug whenever they want to. And I've often said, you know, the ones who've got the power and got control of the media, I mean, all I need, or you need, John, or anybody in this room needs to make a lot of money is we need next week's newspapers today. Well, I mean, if we owned the newspapers, we'd be in a position to make a lot of money, and there will be a lot of money being made out of the financial upheavals that we've seen over the last few weeks by the same people.
Andrew, I actually publicly just want to thank you. Thank you for the encouragement that you gave for a number of years when you were speaking out in regard to all the COVID nonsense. And also to say, of course, many of us in this room can relate in regard to the cost of that on a variety of different levels in what field that we are in. You talk about the power of the media. There is a huge investigation that needs to be done on why Theresa May called a meeting in 10 Downing Street of production companies, of TV companies, etc., and then said, this is the line that you will follow. That needs to be followed up. And the other thing is, thank you for what you said about the post office. The other scandal is the blood scandal.
Yes.
That is still not being dealt with. I just wondered if you've got some views on that.
Yep. I had a constituent from, he was actually American citizen, could never vote for me. And I represented him for 10 years on the infected blood. He got a bad transfusion, he's got hepatitis, he's got liver problems, he's not very well. The cynical way that the Conservative Party made a statement weeks before Rishi Sunak called the snap election, handing out on paper billions of pounds of compensation. It's tremendously cynical. I can tell you now, despite me getting my constituent, Mrs. Susan Rudkin, she was one of the first 9 sub-post mistresses to have her criminal conviction overturned in December 2020. She's never had a compensation. She's never had a compensation. She will not get a compensation. The infected blood people will not get their compensation. What will happen is the governments wait for them to die, and then they go to their relatives, next of kin, and say, well, we'll give you 200 grand, and they take it, because they've gone. And that's what they'll do with the sub-postmasters. That's what they're hoping to do with the infected blood victims, and they are tremendously ill. And it was the Longcliffe review, was the infected blood. And again, that came out a couple of weeks before Rishi, who doesn't want to be a wartime prime minister, by the way. That was what the MOD knew. They all knew. He said he didn't want to be a wartime prime minister. Keir Starmer didn't mind being a wartime prime minister, and the baton was handed over to a Labour Party with exactly the same policies as the Conservative Party. And you will notice that, that Keir Starmer does like getting his camouflage outfit on. He and Macron, they need a war. They're both very unpopular at home. They're pushing the war, locking up their political opponents. It's all out of the playbook. But the Longcliffe review, it named a cabinet minister under Margaret Thatcher who covered up the infected blood. It also, in that report, which I think was 1,500 pages, and I didn't read all of it, they deliberately infected a school of of children who were haemophiliacs and experimented on them with infected blood, knowing what it would do to them. And the quote in the report was that the doctor said, it's cheaper than buying chimpanzees. And my question in the chamber on that debate was that clearly crimes have been committed. The report shows that crimes have been committed. And since it's a crime to cover up a crime, when are the arrests going to start? And that report has been out for 10 months. When are the arrests going to start? And if that has to be current or former members of this House, then so be it. But there's not the two-tier policing, a two-tier justice system. That's not for them. That's not for them. The minister indicated that he was criminally responsible was Ken Clarke. Yeah. And when the media went to him, he laughed. That is not a justice system, is it? Because some people are above the law, it would appear. Well, I'll tell you, we'll soon find out whether Matt Hancock's above the law, shall we?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Mr. Brian Garish, and he's going to be speaking on the 10 points for guessing. If RT is state propaganda, the BBC is?
Just one comment. I would like to thank our colleague to highlight the fact that the democracy that was sold us an hour ago is just like a totalitarian state.
Okay. Oh, can you send it? Oh, I see. I do want to say a few words about Mr. Brian Garish. You know, where BBC is what the majority of the world hears, yes, but the heart of Britain is now being won by UK Column. And UK Column is, yes, indeed, I mean, that is Brian Garish and the team. So thank you, Mr. Garish and the UK Column team. It might need to restart.
Sorry for the delay. I have special needs. I have an Apple Mac.
Special needs.
I have Apple Mac special needs, so we just got to... And of course, the problem in the AI world is that we can't transfer material from Keynote to PowerPoint because all of the formatting changes. But don't worry, AI is going to solve all the problems. Okay. Deepti was a little bit worried a couple of days ago because she said she was experiencing lots of problems in trying to set up this excellent conference. And she did tell me about some problems, and then some more problems came up, and she was a little bit fraught. And I said to her, relax, because when the problems start, it's always a good sign that what you're delivering is going to have an effect. So I always look at the problems as being a sign of the other side, whoever they are, trying to prevent you doing what you're doing. Should we? No, go on, I'll risk it. I'll get going and we'll see what happens. Okay, so let me just... 30 minutes. I'm extremely worried about this because there have been so many excellent talks that I did want to comment on some, but if I do, I'm going to chew into my time. Okay, that's all right. Welcome to everybody. Huge thank you to Deepti and the team for setting up this very, very interesting conference. And I'm really delighted to be invited to speak, and I hope that you will be interested in what I'm going to talk about. So Deepti actually gave me the title. Let's just pop that up. If Russia today is state propaganda, what is the BBC? So that was what I was given to talk about. But before we get on to that, let me just discuss a couple of things. When I arrived at Jesus College, where obviously the first part of this conference took place, I got in through the gate, I parked the car, I had no idea where I was, but a kind lady directed me through an archway in a very old and beautiful building, and I ended up in a very attractive square. And then I followed my nose, and eventually I went through a sort of cloister area, and then I was next to a door marked chapel. And my mind said, you need to go in there. And I went into that very beautiful chapel, and I sat on a pew, and I actually prayed. And I did it for two reasons. One is because I felt it was the right thing to do, because we're discussing a battlefield where hundreds of thousands, if not millions of men are dying. And I felt it was important that I prayed. But I was also pointing a finger at the British state, because you have the pleasure of meeting here today in a country that is banning prayer. It will put you in prison for praying. And you should pay attention to this, because it really sets out what this country is about. If you pray, you get put in prison. Well, I'm happy to share with the government what I prayed about, because I prayed that the strongholds that are unleashing this vile system of war and suffering and poverty should be brought down. That's what I prayed about. And the other thing I'm going to say is that some people here, I'm sure, look out the window and they think, well, thank goodness I'm in this wonderful country called UK. It's a democracy, it's in the West, it's full of freedom. Well, I'm happy to say that I've had the police in my house twice. And I've had the police at my business, the UK column, once. Why? Because I dared speak out about the UK state stealing people's children and often placing them in abusive environments. So you pray, it's prison. You warn about the people abusing children, and you're facing certainly court and a fine or prison. Now, I've also had the pleasure of speaking at Birmingham Central Mosque many years ago. I was invited to speak, and it was a fantastic experience. I spoke in the main hall in front of the men for an hour and a half. I spoke in the foyer for 2 hours. I spoke in the car park. The foyer was the women. I spoke in the car park with young men for an hour and a half. And I had essentially gone there to warn them that something unpleasant had been unleashed in UK and they were in danger. And I told that Muslim audience in the mosque they were to be the new Jews. And some of them looked at me in astonishment and said, whatever do you mean? And I said, you will be slaughtered. And I think that as we watched the bombs raining down in Palestine, we could see what I had the premonition to talk about. One of the big problems is that we should not get into labeling people. We've got to look much deeper in order to understand what we're really up against. Now, I'm just going to risk something. This is called writing, because I'm going to be using a lot of slides. Let's do this. hope you can read that, but if you don't know what you're fighting, I'm going to tell you, the real battle is for our minds. And this is not a simple battle about propaganda. It's much deeper, it's much more insidious, it's much more dangerous. We need to understand it, because you cannot fight what you cannot see and you can't experience. You need to understand this. This is my background. In the Cold War, I was out there tracking down those nasty Russian bombers in the Norwegian Sea, in the Atlantic, and also on the eastern seaboard of America. So I've been there in the belly of the beast. At that stage, we were the good guys, NATO was the good guys, those nasty Russians were going to overrun Europe, and we were there to take out their nuclear deterrent. We were also there to ensure that the resupply convoys from America were going to be protected, so that the ammunition, the munitions, the food, the soldiers were going to be brought into Europe. I did the job, I believed it. When I left the Navy in 1993, and I started to be threatened by the police in this country, my family was threatened, my work colleagues were threatened, I started to pay attention to what freedom meant. And I'm going to say to you now, in 2025, this is not a free country. I don't believe it ever was. There is not a democracy in operation. And if you are silly enough to believe that, it is going to consume you. We are in a vicious state, and before we can sort out the communists or the Russians, we need to recognize the state we're in. Sorry for the pun. So here we've got what the mainstream is not telling us. They don't want to tell us what the casualties are on the battlefield. They do not want to tell us how many Ukrainians have died, because, of course, if the public in UK really knew the carnage on the battlefield, any sane human being would want it stopped. And that's aside from the destruction of the property in the villages. Now, what is the bias? Well, it's pretty easy, isn't it? UK, US, EU, NATO is good. That's what we're told day after day. And, of course, the nasty Russians, they're all bad. This is very naive, childish politics, because we need to see what we're involved in ourselves. And are we dealing with BBC propaganda or mind control? If you don't know why I've asked that, the clue was in the text. The battle is for our minds. They are not just using propaganda in the historic sense. They are using very, very clever, specialized applied behavioral psychology, for which most people have no defense. And if we have people in this room thinking, well, I'm too intelligent, clever for that because I've got a PhD, your open, inquiring, intelligent mind is actually more vulnerable to this applied psychology than the person that drinks 4 pints of Guinness and only follows football. Well, here it is, the BBC, and what is the message? BBC News on the hour, every hour, of every day, of every week, of every year. Why is the news on the hour, every hour? To drill it into your brains. The sound bites that the BBC wants you to pay attention to. But if I dare go to another channel, it is so dangerous for us to hear what Russia Today has to say, that of course the UK government has banned this channel. I was interviewed on Russia Today, I can't remember whether it was twice or 3 times, and I was very happy to do that because I was given the opportunity to put my viewpoint out about what was happening in the world. But now we have a Western government defending our freedom to the extent that we are all children, and we're not intelligent enough or capable enough of us understanding when the Russians are telling the truth, or if it's propaganda, or if it's bad for us. So I've talked about the police in my house. I've talked about that attack as a result of me trying to protect children. And here we've got censorship by the British state. So the idea that we are in a free, democratic nation in this country in 2025 is nonsense. What does the media want us to believe? I know this has come from a European press, essentially, but this is the sort of image. This man on the left, Radakin, Chief of the Defence Staff, he can't even run a navy. The Royal Navy is in tatters in this country. It cannot even support the needs of the American fleet. He's in his pink shirt, shaking hands with a man who's a killing machine, and he's a killing machine because we're giving him the means to kill. And I labeled this originally the cluster munition twins, because we're not only pumping in legal arms, we're pumping in illegal arms. So how does the propaganda work? Well, this is the Ministry of Defence. If you have a look at the tweet that's come out here, what they're effectively saying is prepare for war and get better homes and better jobs and a better economy. Isn't this what Hitler told the German public? This is UK. It is outrageous. And then we've got people like this. How many German soldiers died on the Eastern Front? I think it's about 5 million. And he's going around upsetting people in Germany by saying, are you ready for war? And this is an image from the Western press. I could not, in fact, it came from the Ministry of Defence, but it was copied. I could not believe this picture. It's fun. It's the girls and boys mincing along the street because they think the fact that we're going to slaughter hundreds of thousands more people using Western-supplied drones, this is something to laugh and smile about. These people are not only sick, they're very dangerous. And I would suggest that if we are to do anything with communists, we need to sort these people out first. And the reports go on. How much aid has the US sent Ukraine? Well, one minute they tell you, of course, it was all blankets and cuddly toys and things for the children. Yes, we did provide depleted uranium. Don't worry about that. We're only sending medical equipment to Ukraine. The propaganda in the West is appalling. And then we get a glimpse of reality. So here's the Telegraph, who's been absolutely Ukraine, now admitting that we've got some dirty stuff going on. And the CIA is mentioned. British military planners in Ukraine, just like the lie from David Cameron with Syria about boots on the ground. He said, we're not going to put boots on the ground in Syria. And then British special forces were sent in. It's a no-brainer. The British special forces are operating in Ukraine. And why are they there? To learn the systems that are killing the Russian troops. It's obscene. We live in a free democratic society. This is nonsense. And then something happens. Now, this is a report that the Telegraph had, but it originally came out of the New York Times, where for the first time ever, as it's evident that Ukraine is failing and being destroyed, we now recognize this is a proxy war. How cruel is that? No Americans, or very few, apart from the special forces that are being killed, they're not dying. It's the Ukrainians that are going to die to the last Ukrainian for what is clear to me, as an ex-military man, of an aggressive American, UK, NATO, EU policy. This is interesting because as I listened to some of the other talks this afternoon, or this morning, I beg your pardon, I'm thinking, well, hang on a minute, if we're awash with communists, what have the intelligence services what have they been doing over the last 40 years? If we've got communists everywhere, what has the CIA been doing? when I interviewed these three individuals, what they describe is the breakdown of American intelligence agencies. They can't do their job. They haven't got the trained people. There was incompetence. There's wokeism. So we are to put faith in what the US and the British intelligence agencies are talking about with respect to Putin and the Russians and the war. They can't even run their own agencies. Listen to the interviews. It's not what I say, it's what the CIA professionals. And this is where the mind games start. Your minds are being manipulated, and I couldn't choose a better way to try and get it across, but red and black are to be white. So how is this all being done? Well, let's have a listen. Cross your fingers, because there should be some audio with this one. Can you give us any more volume? I'll stop it. Just let me stop this a second. Hold on. I have to come out. Wait a minute. Okay. No, we want to go for the one before that. Okay, right.
If you just start it again.
Wait a minute. No, because I want one before. This one, okay. All right. Sorry about that. Right, I'm going to stop it because I haven't got time in my slot to go through. But that was the BBC many years ago warning about the rise of the far right in Ukraine, talking about the violence, talking about the guns. And then suddenly it disappeared because the BBC was manipulating the policy. And what we get instead is Boris Johnson. Right? So Boris Johnson works, and one of the comments that was made is there's Ukrainians have wanted to come to the democracy of the West. Ukrainians have wanted to come to the freedom of the West. Well, some have, and that's because they're mistakenly believing that the West is a free democracy. I haven't got a pointer, but if you look bottom left, sorry, here's GCHQ, automatically linked into NSA, and the whole of the US intelligence services. But down here with GCHQ, the main monitoring centre in UK, we've got their listening stations. We've also got something called BBC Monitoring. If you don't know, the BBC works alongside the intelligence agencies 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Can't explain it now, but if you look on the right of the screen, at the time, 2013, I was warning about a politician, Brooks Newmark, meeting people who were connected to terrorists on the Syrian-Turkish border. I challenged him on the phone, and we still don't have the records of why he was there. But there's BBC Monitoring, don't forget it. So when we look at BBC Monitoring, what are they doing? Well, they're spying. So when you put on your EastEnders, that's the rubbish to keep people's attention. Meanwhile, the BBC is spying. And here is BBC Monitoring now telling us that it's spying on the British public because they were monitoring who was saying what about the Manchester attacks. I haven't got time to go into detail. After the BBC flagged this to YouTube, the company removed Richard D. Hall's channel and one other that had promoted his content. So BBC spying on people and then manipulating events in order to silence people. Now, if we want to understand what's gone on in Ukraine, Ukraine isn't a free society because the West has been in there engaging it with Western soft power. And another BBC organisation here is called BBC Media Action. And here's the money coming in from the US and the UK Department for International Development. Here were government programs giving banking loans. We have the European Union with their EU southeastern military expansion. And what's the one at the top? Oh, well, it's the weapons. All of this working in the background, known as soft power, because it's not declared publicly, but this is how the whole of Ukraine's society was taken over. So the idea Ukraine is an independent sovereign state, nonsense. It's controlled by the West and has been for a long time. And these are the people that are going to be slaughtered. Here's BBC Media Action, a charity boasting that it was active in Ukraine in order to push our twisted, perverted society into Ukraine. And what did it do? Most of the time, took over Ukrainian media, took over young people, trained them to become journalists in the BBC mould. Huge amounts of money. Our money, taxpayers' money. Sorry, let me just go back there. Gone through. Now, here is a project manager from BBC Media Action. This is a quote with regard to Syria. We worked inside Syria with those who wanted change and tried to get them to be drivers of that. This is the BBC using its charity to subvert the government of Syria. And now we've got BBC Media Action at work inside Ukraine. Let's have a look at something else here. This is reporting of information. I'll take you around. I'll bring it up on screen. Is there one more, I think? I'll stop there just for the moment. The BBC reports the war in Ukraine in maps. Where does it get the information? From the Institute for the Study of War. Follow the People, Dr. Kimberly Kagan, linked through to the American Enterprise Institute. What is that? Soft power to promote American power overseas. You'll find family members linking back to none other than Ms. Newland. And BBC Media Action, don't forget, subverting alongside this. So, what can we bring in here? Well, this is how all of the system works. So bottom right, this is the BBC control network alongside British intelligence in order to take control of, quote, Ukraine independent media. And here she is, looking lovely.
Helping to deliver services, eliminate fraud and abuse, improve tax collection, and monitor.
Sorry, you've got to stop it. You can find the video. What she says, American interests, American people embedded across Ukrainian society, in education, in the courts, in the government. This is vicious, soft power to subvert Ukraine from the inside. And I'm going to repeat, the idea that Ukraine has been an independent, free nation state is a nonsense. And here's Victoria Newland not looking so dapper. A little bit later, let's hear what she says here.
And even as you plan for the counteroffensive, which we have been working on with you for some 4 or 5 months, we are already beginning our discussions with the Ukrainian government.
So there we are. We helped you plan the offensive. So this is not a free sovereign state. This is a controlled state, then being used in a proxy war. UK government, massive propaganda machine. We covered that one. Here they were getting a little bit wobbly because they realized that the Russians have outpaced the West in technology on the battlefield. That's the reality, particularly the hypersonic missiles. And this was UK column overturning this propaganda some years ago. So we were putting up what the government was saying, and then we were giving the reality of what was actually happening. And the Ministry of Defence pumping out this propaganda, and at each stage we put what the real situation was. I have never seen such childish propaganda coming out of defence intelligence. It went on and on. Now, I started recently to have a look at the Intelligence and Security Committee in Parliament that has the job of monitoring the intelligence services, and in that document, what they stated, they were boasting that the Defence Intelligence Twitter campaign, which was wall-to-wall propaganda, had been the best performing social media campaign of the Ministry of Defence. This was the British government deceiving the British public with propaganda, and you can find out about this by looking at public documents. So there's no secrecy here, it's hidden in plain sight. Now, disinfo attacks on Russia. Well, Liz Truss got going. We cannot allow the Kremlin and its shady troll farms. I can't read it all out, but you know what was being pumped out. And we're going to work with allies to undermine the Russian information operations. And in the background, we had the Foreign and Commonwealth Office spending millions. Disinformation is the deliberate creation and dissemination of false and manipulated information. The UK is going to be spending 100 million, not to inform the British public, but to actually introduce more calculated propaganda to deceive the public. A little film. The colours, the music, it's all dark stuff, the cartoon style, the use of the colours. This is applied psychology. It's very dangerous stuff. This is the West. This is free nations. And we also reported about actions going on with some very strange organisations connected to intelligence services. If you go to the UK Column website, have a look at Integrity Initiative, you can see us warning about very strange cells that were helping to push what was happening in Ukraine. Here is the system in the free country, which is called UK. This is the state of surveillance, not only on people overseas, but on people living inside this country. These are the people surveilling us. And during COVID, 77th Brigade, an army brigade, was spying on the British public and, for my belief, destroying files in order to disrupt anybody who dared disagree with the COVID policy. Some of the units have been changed. But this was Mike Robinson for the column warning. He said, view all of this against the background that the concept was that we didn't know what was peace and what was war, but we knew we had to be offensive. And on it went. People can obviously freeze the screens to read this. Now, if we get into this, I was warning back in 2013 that the Conservatives, not those nasty Labour people tied in with the communists, this is the Conservative Party, we're going to use behavioural psychology on the public. And here was their document from 2010 called Mindspace, just so you can see it. And in it, they were already worried that what they were going to do, if it became fully known to the public, was going to cause a backlash. Why? Because in it, they said this: that means that citizens may not fully realize that their behavior is being changed, or at least how it is being changed. Do you want Boris Johnson to use applied psychology on you to change the way you think? Doesn't that scare you? Right? This was at the heart of government, and it's across Labour and it's across Conservative. And we warned, we took this network apart. We talked about the civil servants involved. We talked about the work with the French, with this neuro specialist, Olivier Willier. This was UK working in the background to use applied psychology to change the way we think and behave. And they used the Franco-British Council and the Behavioural Insights team to do this. And what was the society that was being formed in UK? It was conservative big society. And Eric Pickles was a very interesting man because as community minister, he was denying what was happening in plain sight. So here is the Applied Behavioural Insights team that Andrew Bridgen alluded to just now. This is being used on the public. And this is psychology, which unless you know what you're looking for, changes the way you think and believe. And if you think this is nonsense, this was concocted with the Americans and the British and the French, and it was then sold to the Australians. So I would guess that New Zealand is also in the firing line. If you want to get some more information, although this book's very expensive now, there were 3 academics that produced a phenomenal book about the use of this type of psychology, and this is part of a very long table where they were showing the people at work inside British government in order to get this applied psychology working. Now, again, Andrew mentioned this. During lockdown, we had SAGE. That's applied psychology. What does SAGE mean? Well, no, it can be a herb, can't it? It can be a herb, or it can be wise. So this is playing on your mind. So the government's committee of so-called experts, scientists, was called SAGE. That's a mind, what's it? And then we had SPY B, which was a specialist team talking about the use of applied psychology on the public. And yes, the UK column absolutely warned about Susan Mickey, and we're the only media outlet that did, and we're the only media outlet that exposed this. I'll bring up part of it. What they're saying here, you probably can't read it, what they were saying is during lockdown, the perceived level of personal threat needs to be increased amongst those who are complacent using hard-hitting emotional messaging. We will scare the pants. And what did this do? It scared the pants off people. Some of them were so scared they committed suicide. Right? This is the British government. This isn't the Russians in the first instance. This is the British government. And these techniques are being used by Britain, the US, and the EU. Fear. And here we've got just an example that what I'm saying is pervasive, because we've got a House of Lords document, okay, it's 22, 23, in our hands, behaviour change for climate and environmental goals. These people are not playing around with a bit of propaganda. They are already handling applied psychology. You won't even know it's gone in your head. And I'm pleased to say, I'm delighted to say, that we've now got trained professional clinicians, psychiatrists, and psychologists who have woken up to the fact that these behavioral techniques have been weaponized. And if you think that the government is just using them to raise additional taxes, this is nonsense. These tactics are being used on MPs. So they can't even make a decision in Parliament because what they hear, what they see, or what they read has been adulterated with this pernicious capability. It is very dangerous. I'm going to end on this note. that if you want to understand what's going on in the world, we've got to get away from the labels. We've got to start judging people as individuals by what they do and what they say. And we've got to get free speech back. Because if there's no free speech, there's no future for our children, there's no future for the Ukrainians or the Russians or the Chinese. And there's been poppies shown, and I think it's an emotive thing because we're here in the warm, we've been well fed, but people are dying. And I don't particularly need badges because there's plenty of poppies out in your garden to remember the people that have fallen. And this is just a little bit of video that I took a couple of years ago, so it's only for the wind and the flowers. Something very unpleasant is at work. We have to get deeper in the national politics. We have to strip aside party politics. We have to strip aside labeling. It's the nasty Russians, it's the Chinese. Before we can go there, if that's justified, we need to look at who is running UK, why they're covering up child abuse, who is running America, why they are covering up child abuse, and we need to really rip the lid off these things. If we don't look after our minds, we can't function as adults, neither can we protect our children, and our children are the future. Thank you very much.
We do have time for a few questions.
Talking about propaganda, I am going to complement some information for you. If you look at the past of Victoria Nuland, Antony Blinken, Chrystia Freeland, the Secretary of State of Canada, you will find out that all their families were living in Ukraine during the Second World War. And actually, Chrystia Freeland's grandmother, Chomiak, was a very good friend of Hitler and Goebbels. By the way, the Kiev Post magazine is owned by a UK citizen, and he has been sexually assaulted, my assistant, and I had in fact to talk to him the way I used to talk to a man when he's doing this kind of things. Thank you.
Thank you very much for telling me that. I'll just re-emphasize that if you've got problems in that direction from within Ukraine, I look at the links between our, historic links between our royal family and the Nazi party. It's fascinating to watch and see the pictures. But to get to the bottom, we don't need to judge somebody because they're Ukrainian or Russian. At the end of the day, it's what they say and what they do, but we have got to do the research to find that out.
Thanks for the talk. I wonder, as someone who served in the Royal Navy and a rather elite submarine unit, no less, from your military background, being familiar with that British institution, which is one of the oldest ones, did you have a perception following your departure from the service in 1993 to where you are today of these changes happening in England? And if so, if you perceived it as it was happening, as sort of a genealogy, a lineage, why? What was the impetus for these cultural and political changes? Could you see where this was coming from?
I'll put it in this way. So I left in 93. I think it was September in 93. But I'll say certainly for 2-3 years before I left, I started to see changes in the military, which I didn't particularly like. And I also started to see decisions made that, for me, when you said, what's this decision going to do? It was going to produce breakdown. And so policies started to come in through government, through the military structure, that when they were followed through, I use this word deliberately, disrupted what was happening, and that led to breakdown to the extent that now, be under no illusion, the Royal Navy effectively doesn't exist. We've still got some submarines that go to sea. A man produced a really amazing little documentary on the state of our nuclear deterrent, which is in a pitiful condition, but we haven't really got a functioning navy. There's not enough ships, and the ones we've got have got problems. We can't put an army out of bigger than 20,000, which is laughable, and the RAF has got problems as well. How are these problems arisen? By very strange political policies that have led to disruption. And the reason I focus on that word is, if I had time, I'd call up another video where a man who calls himself a change agent is saying that he's using disruptive techniques to introduce government 2.0. Right? Now, this stuff flooded through, and I certainly saw it in the military, and we perceived that UK's military was being broken apart in order to destabilize it and downsize it in order that it was fully subsumed into a European Union unified military structure. And we published and warned on this on many occasions. Now, I think we were correct, but in the end, we came out of Europe. Well, not quite, but that's what people think. But I think that the attack on the military was because they were trying to create the unified EU military system. And we were too powerful as a national military, and therefore UK's military had to be weakened and downsized. And now, of course, we're in a really bad state because we can't put troops in the field.
But that's, to me, the conference has been so intriguing to me because there's so many things that we've touched on that just don't really make sense. I mean, you know, on the one hand, you have your Keir Starmer, who's kind of pretending to be Winston Churchill, but then you look at the lineage of what's been going on for the last 40 years, and you think, but these are the same people that have completely deconstructed the kingdom.
So, I'm sorry to come back so quickly, but this is the root of it. We need to look at who these people are and what they're connected with. I mean, we've been hearing about what's been happening in America, but we go back to Barack Obama, and what was Barack Obama pushing? Saul Alinsky material under his book Rules for Radicals, which is basically a guide of how to break down Western society. And Barack Obama was going for these policies. So was David Cameron with the Conservative Party. I've got the documentation proving it. And so was Labour. So we saw policies that were deliberately aimed to break down Western society being enacted by not only the political parties in the States, but also in UK. And this is where we need to be very careful who's driving these policies. Personally, with no disrespect to earlier speakers, I think it's a little bit naive to say it's those communists, because the people I'm looking at, I'll give you the right to reply, I'm not being unkind, but when I look at the people who are driving the policy, the first thing I can tell you with confidence is they have control of the money supply system, because nothing happens in politics or in health or in the battlefield, as three examples, without money and the control of it.
I'm sorry, I have to keep moving.
I just want to address a very quick point. You know, Alinsky's a Marxist. Do you not understand? Alinsky is turned Gramsci into American system. So Obama's a Marxist. Alinsky's a Marxist.
I fully accept that, but you know that. Surely the CIA and the NSA understand that, don't they? So why didn't they do anything back in... Oh, okay, so now we're getting to an interesting dialogue. On one hand, we want to prosecute a war in Ukraine. Now we're admitting that our own security services have been penetrated by hostile states. So, all right, so as a... So with a corrupt, penetrated intelligence service and to some extent military, we're going to ignore that and we're going to prosecute a war against Russia. This is... But until we sort our own country out, we can't prosecute any war.
Gentlemen, Mr. Trevor, we will continue this. We will continue this later because actually we've been given a time from the venue.
Okay.
So I have had to actually drop one speaker.
Right.
So please, can we just continue this later? But thank you, Brian.
What is the expression, Andrew? I cede,
I'm so sorry.
Pardon? I give way, that's the expression. I give
You're
way.
a gentleman. You're a gentleman. Big claps for Brian. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, we now have Mr. Weber. We're going to be hearing about a summary presentation of the UK's self-imposed security breach, and that will be presented by Mr. Anthony Weber.
Hello. Can you hear me all right? Yes. Right, one of the perils of being towards the end of the conference when people got a little bit weary. But as stated, I've been asked to do a summary presentation of the UK's self-imposed security breach, or as I like to put it, self-imposed policies on Ukraine and Russia which breach British interests and security. Now, it's been very interesting what's been said earlier, and I think a lot of the points actually do come into what I'm going to be speaking about later. I was particularly interested in what was said about the media and RT, because one of the points about having this conference today is to have discussion and debate on an issue which is absolutely major. Some people would say is more important than the decision to leave the EU, yet we're blacklisted from having a proper public debate on it and have been for about 3 years, which is absolutely appalling. You only have to look at something like question time, and yes, there might be 2 points of view regarding Ukraine and Russia, but they're variations of the establishment point of view. They're not an alternative point of view. So we've had discussion, and Brian earlier sort of mentioned the sort of deception, the truth and lies which we've had on this whole issue. And I do feel sorry for the people who want to present the establishment point of view, but they would perhaps prefer to have open discussion, and we've seen that today. A couple of people quite happy to have open discussion on the issue. So anyway, the first aspect where there's been a security breach, a self-imposed one, is the broad subject of national security. And the government's Ukraine first defence and security policies have left less money and resources for other areas of national security. And this has meant becoming insecure about who is allowed to enter the country, for instance. It has meant lesser emphasis on real terrorism threats, because if you have a focus on one particular foreign policy to the exclusion of other areas of national interest, then you're going to have problems. Then there's the broader issue of national defence, stroke security, of our defence assets and of personnel. Now, I think it's pretty clear. Brian mentioned the poor state of the Royal Navy. Well, it's not just the Royal Navy. The UK is very poorly defended, and this has actually been self-imposed over many years of defence cuts. Very, very sadly, that's actually what's happened. There's been a lack of will to provide the resources that the country needs. And then we've got this issue of nuclear war, which has been in the background regarding the Ukraine-Russia conflict. And there's not really, we haven't got any real defence against nuclear attack because we're so weak in defence capabilities. But more to the point, some people might have seen Peter Hitchens' article in the Mail on Sunday, on the 30th of March, And he said, there's another way of using these bombs. It is called electromagnetic pulse, EMP. That's where people are not injured, but the targeted country has nothing powered by electricity working, nor does anything electronic actually work. So apart from that threat, military personnel and assets are very vulnerable in the many, well, not so many bases we've got here and overseas because of risky foreign policy and defence policy decisions. Also, it's been mentioned earlier, to even suggest British troops are stationed in Ukraine as peacekeepers or otherwise would simply put them in harm's way. I'm just going to grab a seat and sit down because I'm having trouble reading. Here we go. That's better. Yeah. Now, if we look at the issue of terrorism security, the conflict, as has been stated, has seen huge numbers of casualties. Well, the figures I've actually been given are 1.6 million Ukrainian and 143,000 Russian casualties. And they're apparently pretty reliable figures because they're from people who work with all the people involved, Ukrainian, Russian, and so on. Right, so what I think the problem we've got is if we're seen to be responsible for all these casualties, this is going to cause a resentment for many years to come. And in extreme cases, there could be the risk of terrorism on UK soil because so many people are going to blame us for the bloodletting which has been going on. There's also been a self-inflicted damage on our economic security. And this is affected by other factors such as world tariffs, which we've had on at the moment with Donald Trump, but there have been net zero policies that have had an effect on other policies. But the economic security is very much affected by the policies on Ukraine and Russia. And the whole emphasis on supporting Ukraine has had an economic impact on the UK. If we look at the self-imposed breaches on financial security, this too is affected by other factors because when we had the COVID crisis, the government overspent 400 to 500 billion on their COVID measures, most of which were not necessary, and that's inflicted a huge additional national debt which has had to be serviced. But the finance, what's happened there? Oh, is it back on? That's right. Yeah. The actual direct financing of Ukraine for aid and military aid works out at about 7 billion a year, which is a huge amount of money. And in the UK, we know that there's a commitment to pay 3 billion virtually forever. So all these things have contributed to increases in taxes, reductions in benefits, and the curtailing of public services. But the very sad thing about all of this is there's no debate about it in public. So the public are told that the reason we've had these high costs of energy and cost of living are because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, not the fact that Russia's quite happy to trade with us, and if we did trade with Russia, the prices would be a lot lower. So it's all part of the deception we have to put up with. Now, we've also had self-inflicted damage in respect of energy security, and that again is to do with the sanctions. But so much damage was caused that the government used public money to give financial support to many of those affected. So you might remember people were given money, but would you believe that cost £44 billion? Now that is drastically reduced this year, but I don't know what the figures are going to be for this year. But the point is, you can't just look at the money we give directly to Ukraine every year. You've got to add on the additional costs involved. So I mentioned that this isn't Russia's fault, that they're quite happy to trade with us. And that applies to the damage we cause to ourselves with the cost of living, because those policies have made the government give a total of 34 billion in terms of financial assistance to people not so well off, but it's ended up being to quite a lot of people. So if you look at that, 34 billion for cost of living, and the other amount we had for energy costs is a huge amount of money. Big problems with these self-inflicted damages we're causing. Now, we've also got the security of tax and service levels, because if you have an economy in trouble and you're fritting money away on an overseas adventure, you're not going to be able to plan your tax and services that well. And this is why we don't really know what's happening with tax and services. We've also had self-inflicted damage in respect of security of access to Ukrainian and Russian minerals and resources. Now, the UK government did originally have a more secure approach at the end of the Soviet Union and the beginning of the new Russia, because at that time, there was not only talk about world peace and disarmament, but trade with both Russia and Ukraine. And many people will remember there were numerous royal visits to Russia, and President Putin was a guest at Buckingham Palace. So at that time, we realized there was value in trading with Russia, of course, trading with Ukraine as well. But by changing that approach to one of taking sides and being antagonistic towards Russia, the UK has risked trade with both countries. Now, even though the UK has got a 100-year partnership agreement with Ukraine, which was signed in January, that actually could amount to nothing, because we know Donald Trump wants to have a deal signed. We know the EU has already signed a deal in 2021. So who knows? This 100-year partnership is unique anyway, because the UK has got no such partnership with any other country in the world. So the whole thing is a bit bizarre. It is very, very detailed, but may not actually be worth the paper it's written on. Now, we've also had self-inflicted reputational and world status security. The UK has suffered reputational damage because of its reckless and double standards on Ukraine policies. The UK has had its world status diminished by these self-imposed policies. And following on from that, we've had our abilities to be a peace and peacemaking nation. That security has been breached as well. And that's because the UK has lost so much trust and integrity. And it was mentioned earlier on, you know, what would Russia want to actually trust us? And that does reverberate. It is seen by other countries. And I think one of the major issues the UK has got ahead of it is to get trust restored, not just with Russia, but the perception that the UK has got integrity and trust. That's a major issue, because if we want to be considered a secure and reliable peacemaker, we've got to get the trust issue resolved. And, you know, we had Keir Starmer putting forward the view that the UK could bring about being part of a peacemaking role. That we know is impossible, because Russia has actually said no to that. They've said no to any NATO countries having troops in Ukraine. So I personally don't know why there's any discussion about it, because yes, the final deal, whatever it is regarding peace, we don't know. But I can't see President Putin and Russia putting up with that, because that's one of the things they've actually been fighting for. I can see they would compromise on other things. There's been quite a lot of publicity on that. But I think we have to be realistic with negotiations. Now, the other thing I was going to mention was, it was briefly mentioned by one of the other speakers earlier, about the freezing of Russian assets. Now, the government, the UK government, has frozen 25 billion worth of Russian assets, and you know, other countries have as well. But the idea is to put this money to use to pay for the damage caused by Russia in Ukraine. Now, Russia has obviously said this is complete lawlessness, and other countries have also said that it's turning the international finance system into a weapon of war. So this self-imposed action by the UK has breached the security of people and countries holding funds and assets in the UK. So unless we put this right, I can see a number of countries and individuals thinking, oh, I'm not sure if I'm going to leave our money in a UK base because it might be snatched from us, sort of thing. So that's another concern. Now, another issue has been the start of the Ukrainian refugee scheme. It appears that the UK government was fully prepared for Russia's actions in Ukraine, and the day after the invasion, February the 25th, a massive increase in sanctions against Russia was announced, and there followed other actions, but one was the Ukrainian refugee schemes, which started in March 2022. Now, the decision to take so many Ukrainian refugees was made despite the fact that the UK was already overcrowded. Now, most of us know we are straining at the leash with the number of people in the UK, and there's been a lot of disquiet about the number of refugees and immigration generally we have, and it has caused a lot of strain on the country. In 2025, the UK population is projected to be 69.5 million. Prior to the Ukraine conflict in 2021, it was 67.3 million. And the population levels were unsustainable then, yet we're continuing to allow these schemes to increase the population. And just for some general guidance, in 2015, the population was 65.19 million, down to 58.89 million in the year 2000. Now, the government facilitated this extra stream of refugees coming into the UK, knowing that it would put pressure on the NHS, care, housing, education, transport, social services, all at breaking point. So it wasn't just the cost of the refugees, it was the effect on the resources. So that was self-inflicted security breach. And if people want to know the cost of the Ukrainian refugees in the UK, it's 1.2 billion a year. So these are all figures the government sort of don't really talk about too much. But if we add up all the figures to do with which are affected by the policy on the Ukraine and Russia, they are very, very substantial. And the citizens of the UK are very much suffering because they are being deprived. And who would have thought that even disabled people would be deprived? But that's exactly what's happened with the recent Rachel Reeves announcement by the government. So that just shows the sort of restraint which is being put on UK money. So if we go back, mention was made of Boris Johnson. Now, he was actually responsible for the Ukrainian refugees coming to the UK. And it could be argued that he made a self-imposed security breach in order to self-impose his own best interests. Because if you remember, he went over to Ukraine at a time when he needed to deflect publicity from the way he was dealing with the COVID situation. And the Ukraine scenario was very convenient to put the public's attention in another direction. But the whole point about having the Ukrainian refugees is it's another example of ill thought out UK government foreign policy resulting in yet more refugees coming in. It's actually estimated that there are about 300,000 Ukrainians in the UK, but it could be more. In 2021, just for guidance, there were about 18,000 Ukrainians in the UK and about 49,000 Russians. Now, there are no accurate figures for the Russians in the UK now, but one presumes they're fairly similar to what they were. In contrast, obviously, the Ukrainian figures have increased dramatically. Yes, the numbers increased vastly after the end of March, beginning of 2022, when the peace talks failed. Now, this is why Boris Johnson can be particularly blamed for the Ukrainian refugees, because there was active advertisements to encourage the refugees to actually come to the UK. Now, we know that free housing was provided for them, but they're even told they would not be subject to the immigration health surcharge, which people on a visa normally have to pay. And therefore, there would have been an extra incentive for them to come to the UK for free NHS treatment. And they also got free prescriptions, free dentistry, free eyesight, and so on. And there are also no restrictions on access to public funds for resettled Ukrainians in the UK. So that means they can apply for universal credit, pension credit, housing benefit, for example. There's actually a strong case to say that they receive better treatment than many UK citizens, including even people from the Crown dependencies and the overseas territories. So it really has been over the top, and it's one reason why it's very much a go-to place, the UK, for Ukrainian refugees. But there are three schemes: the Ukraine Visa and Extension Scheme, the Ukraine Family Scheme, and the Homes for the Ukrainian Scheme, all of which can be looked up on government websites. And most of the Ukrainians are here for 3 years, and then they can apply for an 18-month extension. And we're in the situation now where decisions are going to have to be made about the long-term status of the refugees here. Now, not surprisingly, the majority of Ukrainians do not want to return to Ukraine, even when the situation there is normalized. Now, they do have the right to work and study in the UK too, and they are entitled to have assistance with their studies. I think most people know that most of them are women and children, as it is men who are eligible for call-up, and they're not allowed to actually leave Ukraine, although obviously quite a lot did did get away. It's actually, as I said earlier, difficult to work out exact numbers of Ukrainian refugees here, but the government figures say 267,200 were granted visas, and that 34,000 of those already here been given the extensions, so that does take it over the 300,000, give or take. Now, it's already been mentioned that prior to this conflict, Ukraine had a population of about 43.5 million, and it has vastly decreased. But what hasn't been said is the country with the most number of Ukrainian refugees is Russia. And there were also 3.7 million Ukrainians displaced in their own country. So what we must bear in mind when we're looking at Ukraine and Russian policy is, do we want to end the refugee problem which has been caused there? Do we want displaced people to return to their homes? So far, our policy has contributed to the refugee crisis being made worse. What we have got is a situation in the United States where Donald Trump, his administration recently sent out a letter to Ukrainian refugees. They've got 240,000 there, and initially told them that they had to go back. But apparently that has been paused, so we don't know what's actually going to happen. Maybe that's another negotiating tool. But it's clearly in the interests of all parties, as has been said earlier, for a peaceful end to this conflict. One of the problems we've got with this government is, for some reason, they've decided to take the direction of policy they have done. That's been followed by 4 different prime ministers. But what they do need to do is the same as the Trump administration has done in the United States, and to rethink that policy, stop the bloodshed, stop contributing to it, stop trying to disrupt the Donald Trump peace initiatives. And that's certainly the perception which some people in the United States have, that we're almost stabbing the Trump administration in the back. When the government here could be thinking of constructive ways of contributing to peace initiatives. Now, there's another self-imposed security breach of allowing so many Ukrainian refugees into the UK. Now, after the end of the Second World War, we did take a number of Ukrainians into the UK, and a lot of them were in the German army or the German SS. Now, it does appear that none of them did cause problems after being in the UK, but I personally do worry, because obviously there's a very good chance that a number of refugees who have been allowed in would be of extremist backgrounds, and who knows what they could get up to. And it does concern me, the situation with the Ukrainian secret services, who are operating throughout the world. And we recently had an instance where an African country complained about them and said they were funding and supporting Islamist extremists in their country. So we could almost end up having a rogue operation doing awful things in the world, using the funds which originally came from the United States and the USA. But I just think we need to be careful and make sure that sort of thing doesn't happen. We mentioned the experimental laboratories, and that was a self-imposed security breach, because we stood by and let those things carry on, because the UK involvement in Ukraine, certainly training of Ukrainian armed forces dates back to 2015 at least. So we seem to turn a blind eye to the labs, but also we turn a blind eye to organ and child trafficking and the absolute mass of corruption which has been going on in Ukraine. So these are things which we've got to be concerned about. Now, if you look at foreign policy and security breaches, let's look at what happened in Afghanistan, because the last years the UK was in Afghanistan, it was costing $1 billion a year. I personally don't think that's a huge amount of money to pay for a country to be secure, where women can be educated, where there are women's rights, and there is at least some form of democracy. So it appears that all that was given up in order to go into this sort of Ukraine adventure, so to speak. But the point I make about Afghanistan is that's $1 billion, yet the same type of money we've been spending in Ukraine has been about 5 or 6 times as much, and the Afghan involvement did not cause damage to our economy. It didn't cause other damage as well. So the damage to caused to the UK and other similar countries by the policies of the government has been multifaceted. So anyway, I was going to mention something a bit more detailed about the immigration issue, but I think I can leave that because I think time is marching on. Pardon? We're running short on time. Yes, okay. Right, now, one thing I would like to mention is it is time for change and for action. Some people have said we do need to do different policies. We've got to end the self-imposed security breach and become a peacemaker. Now, in the meantime, it's essential to end the government's Ukraine-Russia policies, which have been a disaster in all areas. And to demonstrate the public's demand for this change, it is important that a new petition, which has just been set up, is signed and shared. And hopefully people will get to see this petition. But what I can say with my own experience of parliamentary petitions, that they do get issues debated in the UK Parliament, and one thing which is very much missing is a proper debate on Ukraine and Russia. So that's it. I welcome any questions.
We have time for one very quick question. Any questions? Okay.
Well, so just thinking about what you just told us, is there a historic precedent for this kind of security breach within the context of the UK participating in a foreign adventure?
I can't think of one. The same as I can't think of any agreement which comes anywhere near the 100-year partnership agreement the UK's got with Ukraine.
Okay, all right.
Thank you so much. Sure, no worries. All right, our next presenter and our last presenter before we wrap up for the day is Dr. Lucy Morgan Edwards, and she's going to be talking about the same old playbook.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Deepti and everyone else who's been involved with organizing this gathering. It's been wonderful to meet such a diversity of people and diversity of opinions, very stimulating and in a beautiful setting. So, hope this is going to work. It's been a while since I've done one of these. So yeah, basically I went to Afghanistan. I first went to the region in 1999 to visit a friend in Pakistan, and her housemate had been evacuated from Afghanistan at the time of the Clinton bombings of eastern Afghanistan in 1999. And this woman, who was a Canadian, was an urban redevelopment specialist, and she asked me to come and work with her a year later. So I found myself in Kandahar in August 2000, working on, I was really writing reports, but our agency, UN Center for Human Settlements, focused on water supply and urban redevelopment. And of course, Afghanistan at the time was at the height of the Taliban regime. We had Al-Qaeda there, we had bin Laden living in Kandahar. His Sudanese guards used to come to our compound. And the place had, was pretty much decimated. It was 23 years of war, a 4-year drought. We had millions of refugees across the border in Iran. Some were being forcibly returned to Afghanistan, to Herat, and from Pakistan. It was in a really, really poor situation. The UN were underfunding. I mean, there were calls for more funding. I have Anna here at the back of the room, who I met, who's an archaeologist who was here, who was there at the time as well, who's here based in Cambridge. So wonderful to see you. Thanks for coming. Anyway, I spent a few months working in Kandahar and Herat, and then I had to leave because of the bombing of the USS Cole. And then you had the Taliban attacks on the Buddhas, and I went and was based in Islamabad in Pakistan, where the UN basically had most of its offices, because there was a fatwa on Brits and Americans from being in Afghanistan, and I didn't feel very secure, so I evacuated myself across the desert to Quetta from Kandahar, and worked in Islamabad for a few months, and then went back to the UK for a bit, and then 9/11 happened. When that happened, I found myself back in the region. I took I think it was a Labour MP actually, to visit some refugee camps. He was against the bombing campaign, and at the time I was offered a job with the World Food Programme, so I worked with them, was involved in writing reports on the regional security situation, which was very interesting. The Americans were very focused on PR. They wanted a lot of attention to how many sacks of US wheat were entering Afghanistan at the time of the bombing campaign. So there was a lot of focus on that. And I then worked on the elections. I went back to Kabul in April 2002 to be based there, and I was there for the next 5 years. I was involved in the emergency lawyer Jirga in monitoring elections, and this was organized by an organization called the Asia Foundation, which was, I then subsequently found out, was really CIA, with the oversight of the UN. And I was so disappointed by what happened with these elections, and the elections themselves were fairly well organized. You did have strong men coming in and trying to coerce the local population into a block vote the way that they wanted to, but us monitors, us election monitors, tried to not just observe, we were told to monitor, so we were actually told to intervene occasionally to stop that kind of abuse happening. On the whole, they were relatively free and fair, but then what then transpired was so I'll just move the slide on. This was my staff in Kandahar, I forgot to move it on. That's when I was first there in our compound during the Taliban period. So with the elections at the lawyer Jirga, which took place in 2002, May, June, there was I think my opinion started changing on whether this was really a democratic transition when suddenly all the warlords were allowed to sort of breach the security fence of the site of the lawyer Jirga, and they came in with RPGs, with bodyguards who were all heavily armed, and they literally burst through a security cordon and drove onto the site in a great display of strength. The journalists weren't allowed on the site, funnily enough. They were at the Intercontinental Hotel, which was in a different location, so they were very controlled. And there were women at that stage basically saying, to the warlords. They challenged them on the eve of the Loya Jirga and said, why are you here? You destroyed our country, you committed massacres, you committed all these rights abuses, etc., etc. So that's when I really started to change my opinion about this wonderful transition to democracy that I'd wanted to embrace as an election monitor. And I started some freelance journalism, and I wrote some pieces for the Daily Telegraph, The Economist, the Sunday Times, and the Scotsman, among others. And I found myself, I wrote initially articles about what had happened with the Loya Jirga, with the warlords, with... Okay. Leave that here because that's my one. Don't want to forget that. So, I'm just going to move on to the next slide. Is it just arrow? That's the next slide. I rather like this picture, actually. This is Ismail Khan in Herat, who was one of the warlords who was reinstated by the West or allowed to take back his stronghold in northwest Afghanistan, in Herat. And actually, I do quite like this picture because it is a kind of hybrid of Afghan-style democracy, which is not what the West was trying to impose. The West was obsessed with the ballot box. In Afghanistan, democracy is much more about face value and whether you're local. It's a form of direct democracy in a way, if it works properly, which it didn't under the warlord system. However, here he is behaving a bit like King Solomon, wanting to sort of dispense justice, and he's in this grand hall in Herat. But there were many complaints also about women's groups, about what was going on in Herat. He had been one of the jihadi commanders during the 1980s. He'd been jailed by the Taliban for quite a long time. He'd managed to escape with a member of the family that I subsequently spent time with in eastern Afghanistan. He was a Tajik. The family I were writing about were Pashtun. In fact, if I just show you briefly the map of Afghanistan, so you see you have the different tribal groups. The Taliban really came from this area, Pakistan, the borderlands. There's a kind of no man's land area called the tribal areas. And that's the Durand Line, which the British had moved. So they split the border. They moved part of Afghanistan. Afghanistan became smaller when the Brits moved the Durand Line to the left, to the west. And so the constant struggle over the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan, which goes on to this day. So here you are, the majority Pashtun in the sort of green swathe. In the Central Highlands, you have the Hazara people who descended from Genghis Khan. Then you have more of the Tajik speakers and the Uzbeks and so on in the north. And in Kabul, really, it's just a hodgepodge of everybody. And also down here in Quetta, which is, in this, you see all sorts of turbans and people from many different cultures because it's on the Silk Route. So anyway, going back to the instrumentalization of women. So of course the Afghan intervention was sold very, very heavily to the Western public as being about the protection of women and about the transition to democracy and so on. It was none of that. And I can tell you because I was there for the first 5-6 years of the intervention and prior to that. Women have been used in other phases of the conflict or in previous eras, as you can see here, under the communists, under going back to Najibullah, who was king at the time of Ataturk in Turkey when there was a secularization of Turkey. And the British managed to get rid of Amanullah because they showed pictures of his wife who wasn't veiled to the tribal leaders, and that went down very badly. But there was a very famous incident just before I went to Afghanistan where you had Christian Amanpour from CNN and Emma Bonino, who was EU commissioner, visiting Afghanistan. And they were famously, as they claimed, arrested for being in a hospital in Kandahar where they were filming it on a women's ward. And this went throughout the networks, and it was played relentlessly after 9/11. This footage of the two of them and them talking about how badly they'd been treated by the Taliban and how they'd ended up being detained in a cell in Kandahar. The real story, as I later discovered, because there were very few foreigners living in Afghanistan when I was there. We were about 20 in Kandahar and about 60 in the whole country. The real story was actually that they'd been requested by the female head of the hospital to stop filming, and they disavowed this request. And so she actually called the Taliban and asked them to remove them because they would not stop filming, which is culturally insensitive. And of course, it was against their edicts as well. But I think it's more culturally insensitive. And on that note, a lot of the restrictions are, I'm not trying to justify that the Taliban don't let girls go to school. But there's a lot of cultural background going on here. For example, when you drive from Pakistan into Afghanistan, you cross the tribal areas, and you see a lot more women in burqas on the Pakistan side than you necessarily do in Afghanistan. And Anna's nodding her head. Talking of which, an anthropological study by a friend of mine, Anna Pont, who was there pre-9/11 as well, living there, had also been partly brought up in Afghanistan. She's a Finnish girl. She talked about, her PhD was in some of the refugee camps, and she talks about repression of women and Taliban edicts and so on. And she says, for many rural and conservative urban women, the Taliban have been little more than one more layer of influence, and their lives have not dramatically changed. For some, the inconvenience of the veil and additional restrictions are tolerated because the Taliban have provided security. Now, this was something that when I first arrived, I thought, well, of course, my staff in our office, they're all educated. They're bound to be very against the Taliban, but they weren't. And they explained to me, and in fact, my colleague explained, my Canadian colleague, that this was just one more part of the, it was another era in this multi-layered conflict, and that the Taliban, who'd arrived, who was sort of at the height of their power between 92 and 96, taking most of the country, they were perceived as having cleared out warlords who were abducting children, raping them, stopping people doing trade because they set up so many checkpoints where they were extorting from people, and that they had provided a sense of security and justice in certain respects. And in fact, ultimately, I think this is also really why the Western intervention failed. So what was the strategy that the West used after 9/11? I mean, basically, the strategy was led by the CIA, and the DOD came in after that. So it was really a CIA-led strategy. The CIA, of course, had been present during the 1980s, overseeing a lot of the Afghan mujahideen who were prosecuting this proxy war in Afghanistan against the Russians. And that is a very, I go into quite a lot of detail about the Russians and how they came in, and it's not a simple thing. It wasn't just like an invasion. There were various parties and factions in Afghanistan who were entertaining Russian largesse in a way. I mean, one of my Afghan interlocutors, when I said to him, look, you've built this huge pass, the Salang Pass, north of Kabul, going up to Mazar-e-Sharif. Why didn't you realize that that was the route that the Russians would take to invade Afghanistan? And he said, Afghanistan's a rentier state. It's a landlocked country. The British had paid rents traditionally to a lot of tribal leaders in order to keep them on side during the Great Game with India and so on in Imperial India during the 19th century. He said the Americans stopped supporting us. I mean, the Americans had been there in the 50s building dams and so on in Helmand, and put quite a lot of money into the country, but then suddenly, apparently, they stopped. So the Afghans turned more to the north and to Russia, and you had modernizers in the Afghan polity who veered more towards Russian influence and what they saw as modernization, in particular after the first coup that got rid of the king in 1973, where his cousin actually made the coup against him while he was in Rome having eye treatment. His cousin was was it Najibullah? I forget his name, but anyway, the cousin who orchestrated the first coup, which led to a series of coups throughout the 70s, and this struggle between modernizers and traditionalists. So the CIA in the West were really supporting the traditionalists in that they were funding a lot of these mujahideen groups across the border in Pakistan, while the Russians were funding and supporting the modernizers. And that was the era when women were wearing miniskirts and going to university and so on. It was really when there was more of that Russian influence coming from the north. So none of this is black and white, as we try to say. I mean, the Western media has been absolutely disgraceful. And of course, it was the same Western media sirens who were pushing the invasion of Afghanistan after 9/11. And incidentally, none of my staff knew anything about the Twin Towers. They were really quite shocked about this. They were, absolutely bemused by what had taken place in New York. But that's a whole other story. So the strategy where you had these warlords who were essentially brought back out of exile by the CIA and MI6, and they had their own favorites. So you had, for example, some who were in Paris, some who were in London, some who were in Turkey. I mean, Dostum was in Turkey, for example. And they came back and were rewarded with lots of cash and guns. And you had all these stories in the press of CIA and MI6 heroes riding on horses across the border in the north to deliver sacks of cash to people like Dostum. So what was the first thing that he did, apart from shooting up a load of containers and killing a lot of Taliban in November 2001? The first thing that they did was to put the first poppy crop in. They wanted to get it in before the rains came in the autumn. And so then the first crop of poppy was delivered in spring 2002. And from then on, if you look at UNODC figures on the increase in poppy and opium coming out of Afghanistan, they increase year on year exponentially during the 20-year occupation. The first US ambassador was Ambassador Dobbins from the Rand Corporation. And then you had Zalmay Khalilzad, who was a neoconservative as well, who was a safe pair of hands. I mean, I would say that the policy was very much a neocon-led one. My book is really about an alternative peace plan that had existed, which was an indigenous peace plan. But I'll come to that in a minute, sorry. So as I said before, you had this process. You had the Bonn meeting in Germany, where some very senior Pashtun tribal leaders were excluded. I mean, they should have been taking part in the political process, but they were excluded in favor of the Northern Alliance, who were now our new sort of allies. Not all the Pashtuns were necessarily Taliban, so that was a major mistake. Then you had the lawyer Jirga, which I was present at. You had, as I said, the Northern Alliance, who were really rewarded with the key power ministries in Kabul after the front line was breached in November 2001, with John Simpson riding on a tank, liberating Kabul for the BBC, in another disgracefully black and white portrayal of what was actually going on. So the Northern Alliance took the key power ministries, and then you had this series of elections was really a bit of theatre. There was a lot of obsession by CNN and so on, wanting to take photos of women putting ballots into boxes, but behind the scenes there was no kind of passing of what was going on in relation to block voting, coercion by local strongmen, and particularly in rural areas, but also in the city. So, there was one time when I was pretty naive, and there was one chap complaining. He was a friend of our driver, and we stopped for tea at his house north of Kabul after an election. And he was complaining about the elections, and I said to my translator, well, what's wrong, and why is he complaining, and why doesn't he just re-elect someone else if he doesn't like this guy? And the answer came back, you don't live here, you don't understand. If he doesn't vote the way the strong man wants him to vote, he will have no security in this area. So, we are very ignorant. We transpose our ideals onto these situations, but if you don't have proper rule of law, you cannot, and proper security, you can't have a democracy. And in particular, we made the situation worse because we failed to exclude the warlords and indict them in a process of, say, transitional justice, which should have taken place. The Afghan Independent Human Rights Commission wanted that to take place. They were never, and so did most of the Afghan people, I mean, particularly the women's groups. And you had the RAWA women's group, which was the Revolutionary Afghan Women's Association, which had been associated with the communists. They were furious that all these warlords had been invited back in and not subject to a process of justice for their previous rights abuses, as happened in Yugoslavia, apparently, with the ICTY and in other interventions that, you know, South Africa, for example, Truth and Reconciliation Commission. You can't really build a peace and have rule of law unless you have justice. But the West decided to short-circuit the process and work with these strong men who were to be its proxies on the ground while it got on with whatever it was doing really behind the scenes. So I think I've outlined that. That's just a repeat. So there was an alternative. So the alternative, I saw this in the Evening Standard in September 2001 when I was on the tube in London. This guy, Abdul Haq, in fact, here he is talking to Margaret Thatcher during the 1980s. He was one of the very well-known commanders during the 1980s. He came from quite a jihadi family from Jalalabad in eastern Afghanistan, Nangarhar. And I spoke to British guys who'd been in Afghanistan during the 80s. Some were possibly former intelligence, others had been cameramen and journalists. And so my book, and there's Abdul Haq sitting at the head of a shura with Commander Massoud there, and Jalaluddin Haqqani. So the Haqqanis are part of the Taliban again now. He was considered a moderate, and he wrote letters, which I have in some of my annexes. He was warning about the training camps on the border with Pakistan, about the promotion of this militant Islam. Quite a lot of it actually came from the University of Nebraska in the textbooks, which had been paid for by the US government, encouraging Afghans to shoot Russians and so on. You know, a mathematics book would be very much, you know, it goes back to what Brian says about the mind control. You know, it starts with the school textbooks. But anyway, Abdul Haq was saying Tony Blair must tell Bush not to bomb Afghanistan, because if he does, he's going to disrupt this peace plan that I've put together, which he'd in fact been putting together for 2 years before 9/11. He'd been to Washington. He had backers in Washington, the Ritchie brothers, who were Chicago options traders, made a lot of money. They'd been based in Afghanistan, brought up there in Helmand during the 60s because their father was an engineer. And he had these guys who, one was former special boat service in the UK, and another was a British baronet, and they'd been there during the 1980s. They were possibly MI6, they were possibly journalists. I'm not absolutely certain of that. So the strategy that he proposed, I mean, and bear in mind, this would have made the war completely unnecessary. Because what was the war about? It was meant to be to topple and decapitate the Taliban. What did we do instead? We ended up having a 20-year war, which cost something like $2 trillion. I mean, the Brown University has documented the costs of war in Rhode Island, in the costs of war project, estimating, you know, trillions of dollars for the wars on terror. So basically, yeah, so Abdul Haq had worked on the Rome process, which was around the previous king. He wanted to bring back the king because the Afghans are conservative, whatever tribe they are. They tend to be very conservative, particularly the Pashtun, and they were willing to work under the umbrella of the king. And Abdul Haq, who had been very well revered during the 1980s, had people he'd worked with in the 1980s when fighting the Soviets, now within the security structure of the Taliban regime itself, who were willing to switch and to collapse the regime from within, because it had come to the end of its life. I mean, he actually says, he said at a certain point, it's like a crystal. When it's ready to crack, you can just crack it quite easily, and then it would have led to a sort of velvet revolution. So that he understood that the Taliban were not just a single entity, they were fairly stratified. So, you know, you had some who were hardliners, and then you had these other moderates who were the ones that he was going to aim to work with. And people were willing to come over. He'd met with Commander Massoud from the Tajiks in the northeast of the country. He'd met him in Dushanbe in summer 2001. And people had agreed to buy in. Unfortunately, this wasn't what the West wanted, although MI6 did take credit for what Abdul Haq was trying to do, because when the Taliban regime was toppled, unfortunately Abdul Haq was killed because the bombing did take place, even though he said, don't let it take place, because if it does, people will leave their posts. The people I've made these agreements with will go back to their families, to their homes if you start bombing. It changes the political fabric overnight, and it means that I can't activate my cells. But what did happen is some of his commanders in cities of Ghazni and Gardez and so on in the south, in the sort of, I'll just go back to this map, the arc of these cities here, Pashtun heartland. Some of Abdul Haq's commanders did stand up, and they did help to collapse the regime even after he died. But then MI6 took credit for it rather dishonestly, even though he was dead and he'd been betrayed by them, essentially. This is Mullah Haqsa, who was the Taliban deputy interior minister, who I interviewed, who was one of the people that Abdul Haq was had seen and had made agreements with in Peshawar and so on. And then this is the Haqqani family, and that's Abdul Haq. This is probably during the 90s, early 90s. They were from the same part of Afghanistan, the southeast, and they had all fought the Soviets together. This is Hizb Islami, and they were from the same political party, but the party had split. So you had the Hikmatyar side of the party, which is much more the sort of Salafist Wahhabi Islam, and then you had the family of Abdul Haq, who were much more moderate, and included the vice president Haji Qadir, who was actually assassinated in summer 2002, and his other brother Nasrullah, who became one of the key interlocutors for my book. There was talk this morning about the Westphalian nation state and about sovereignty and so on. But what I saw in Afghanistan was very much the opposite of that in a way. It was more this idea of legitimacy and face-time politics, that these people, they gain their legitimacy through their historic association with the people in those areas, whether they're able to resolve problems, negotiate disputes, give them some sort of a justice system. And because the Westerners really tried to build a centralized nation state, and they ignored the rural areas in Afghanistan. They focused very much on Kabul and ignored the outlying rural areas. And I heard constant complaints towards the end of my time there of the massive corruption of the centralized government and its failure to deliver any form of dispute resolution for people in those rural areas. And so the Taliban did understand that, so they filled the vacuum where we were failing. So just obviously there was a lot of focus on women and on this intervention being a sort of something to help the women of Afghanistan, which as I said earlier, was complete nonsense. If you really care about the women, you don't have the war. And women and children have suffered massively disproportionately compared to everybody else. And they're still suffering with the the central bank money is, I believe the West is still holding on to the money from the Afghan funds. There are still sanctions, although apparently the US is now negotiating to use Bagram Air Base again, which is just crazy. So yes, Afghanistan remains basically at the bottom of the UN Human Development Index, which it was pre-2001 as well. So despite all these trillions of dollars that have been spent, I think it's about $2 trillion according to Brown University, with the overall figure for the wars on terror being around 8 trillion. Despite this huge amount of money that's been spent, Afghanistan remains very low down on the Human Development Index. The civilian casualties back in 2021 were still very, very high. There was still a lot of fighting going on, displacement of people from their villages, etc. Proliferation of armed groups in the countryside, and particularly because the Afghan government found it very hard to build, with the West, found it very, very hard to build the security sector for the government, to build Afghan military and Afghan police. So what they did was they started to build, they started to work with paramilitary groups in the countryside. And, you know, funny enough, when people talk about NATO taking on Russia, I remember that NATO did not want to take on any of the illegal armed groups in Afghanistan. They didn't want to disarm them, because there were, of course, programs of handing in weapons and disarming. And so we had a program called DIAG, Disarming of Illegal Armed Groups, and NATO commanders absolutely refused to get involved in that. And why was that? It was because they often had those commanders actually guarding the perimeter fence of the NATO bases, even while Afghans were complaining to me that their children were being kidnapped by those same commanders, and their property was being extorted from them. So NATO they weren't there to police the environment, to provide safety. They weren't there, even during the elections, they were never there really as a peacekeeping force. They were there for political purposes, to support the US. So the Germans, for example, had a hospital vehicle. They never went out on a mission without it. They were terrified of losing a single soldier, because politically in Germany, it would have been very unacceptable to do that. So yes, economic poverty, effectively starvation, still people sleeping out in the open because they've been displaced from Helmand. I mean, for example, when the British were in Helmand, there were reports of, and none of the British press picked this up, it was actually, I think it was the New York Times or the Washington Post, that there were all these IDPs, internally displaced in Kabul, including children, in tents in January, because of what the Brits were doing in Helmand. And incidentally, I met David Cameron in 2005, just before the British escalation into Helmand, when we decided to send a couple of battalions over. And I was introduced to him by a friend asked me to go to a dinner where there were 6 of us present. I was introduced to him as having literally arrived from Afghanistan that morning. I was at the time working for the European Union ambassador as his political advisor. I was involved with, my areas were NATO, civil-military relations, security sector reform, and narcotics. I was introduced to Cameron as being an expert on Afghanistan, or at least having come from there. He was supposed to be debating in Parliament or challenging the government as to whether the UK was going to send these extra soldiers. He didn't even acknowledge me. He didn't ask me a single question. He had no interest whatsoever from getting a view from the ground up. He had no sense of curiosity whatsoever. That might have saved the lives of many British troops had he had a sense of curiosity and maybe, shall we say, a moral backbone to ask some questions. Because we knew that they'd get blown up by IEDs before. I mean, I had a friend who worked for Halo Trust who wanted to talk to them, and there was no interest. It was a political high-level decision. So I think I've talked about some of these issues. I know we're short for time. The liberal peace, the promises for women and children of the liberal peace remain unfulfilled after 20 years. So what was the war really about? I I think if you read this paper, Rebuilding America's Defenses, which was put out by the neoconservatives, the Project for a New American Century, you will see that this was really part of the neoconservative agenda. Of course, we know from General Wesley Clark about the 7 wars in 5 years. He went back into the Pentagon the day after 9/11 and was told by one of his former commanders, oh, look, sir, it looks like we're going to be invading Iraq. And he said, but surely that had nothing to do with 9/11. And then the guy said, actually, we're invading 7 countries in 5 years. And the last one being Iran, which they haven't got to yet. And we've seen the effects of what happened in Syria and Libya, return of slave markets, and so on. So here we are. I encourage people to look at the Brown University website for the Costs of War project. $2 trillion US for Afghanistan alone. Eisenhower warned us about this. Julian Assange warned us about this. It's a rinsing of the Western taxpayer into the pockets of the military-industrial complex, essentially, which is a massive threat to our democracy, as well as obviously the livelihoods and lives of these people. The progress for women was pretty illusory. I mean, it was pretty much limited to Kabul. Taliban have now returned, obviously, and it's gone full circle, as I predicted it would. This was a key tenet of my book. If they failed to do what they were told to do by Abdul Haq, they were going to lose that chance. And once you've lost that chance, you can't turn the page. You are set on a course which has led to the situation that we are in today. So Afghan women were never at the heart of American strategic interests. Military goals came first. This was Professor Barney Rubin. He said, in order to do things, you need to get a permissive environment. So what you do is you saturate the media with these stories of women being executed by the Taliban, et cetera, et cetera. And again, media manipulation continues. I found it really shocking that the BBC and CNN, Lise Doucette and Clarissa Ward, were basically pretending that they were surprised that the Taliban had taken Kabul again in August 2021. They feigned this surprise. These are the same media sirens that took us into Afghanistan in October, September 2001. So I think I'll just very briefly, hybridized governments, mechanisms for tribal societies. The ballot box doesn't necessarily work in a place like Afghanistan. You have to try and understand the local culture and to work with people who have legitimacy. I went to visit someone from the Defense Select Committee. I think it was Caroline Moon, and I forget the name of the guy who was running the committee at the time. He was the brother of the woman who put Julian Assange up, who banged up Julian Assange, the judge. She just wanted to know whether there were any strong men that they could support. This is, when was this? This is prior to the pullout. But she was only interested in a quick, a short-termist solution. Which strong man can we support? That seems to be the sort of Western approach. There's no interest in the longer term, justice, accountability, etc. So I think I should stop there because I know we're short of time, and I don't know if anyone wants to ask a question.
Does anybody have any questions for Lucy? Thank you so much, Lucy. That was fantastic.
Lucy, I'm going to ask.
Sure. No, you can't.
Lucy, just in brief, can you see the parallels as to what happened, what you witnessed in Afghanistan, and the role of the British intelligence, MI6, and the Defense Department, and what's happening right now in Russia and Ukraine?
I think you have to remember that the intelligence agencies work through the media, and actually quite a lot of people. I was a freelance journalist. I was there as an individual. I went there because I was curious. I was bored with my life in London. I was working as a lobbyist, basically, for the landowners and farmers, and spent a lot of time in the Houses of Parliament, and was just fed up with that after 4.5 years of BSc and GM crops and food safety issues. So I went there without an agenda, and it did change me. One of the publishers said to me, what I'm interested in is how this changed you, and it changes one. What I witnessed was that quite a lot of people who I thought were friends and who I thought were journalists working for whether it was BBC or The Times or whatever, I sent them all copies of my books, and pretty much not one of them got back to me and said, oh yeah, I'll write a review or I'll plug your book or whatever. All these people like Lise Doucette and so on, they pretend to be sort of friends of the Afghans, but they didn't want to get the other narrative out there into the public domain. They were not interested. And it's only now that I understand through my interest in media and propaganda that many of them were actually MI6. They weren't journalists at all. But they had the infrastructure of the BBC behind them and so on. So yes, the parallels, sorry, to come back to your question, you see them pushing this democracy narrative, you see all the Ukraine flags hanging outside people's houses. This is not to the benefit of the people of Ukraine, because as we were saying yesterday, you're instrumentalizing one group against another, which is what we did in Afghanistan. We instrumentalized the Northern Alliance against the Pashtun and created those divisions in order that we could divide and rule and control the situation.
I suppose the biggest question of all is, after this 20-year occupation, billions spent, I had a friend who was in the U.S. Marine Corps that was badly wounded there. I knew guys at the VA hospital in Palo Alto, California, who suffered traumatic brain injuries there, with their lives and those of their families ruined forever. Why were we there? I mean, what was the point of this exercise, and then to just hastily leave all of a sudden so we could get back into business in Europe? I mean, this is why we lose faith in our institutions in the West. It's just this sort of stuff that doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't yield anything, and the main thing is, it doesn't yield anything for the British people or for the Americans.
I mean, when I was about to publish my book, there were some former CIA agents in Geneva. One of them I befriended. He's the uncle of a friend of mine. And I gave him my book to read, and I said to him at the end, because my views have changed since I wrote this book. This is just a snapshot in time. Well, it was my experience over those years, but I said to him, how could the West have failed so dramatically in Afghanistan? How come we didn't bring about this democracy? And he just looked at me and he said, Lucy, you need to look into the work of Frida Berrigan. You know, you need to follow the money, and then you will get your answer, because this was a great success for some people. It wasn't a success for the Afghan people or the Western taxpayers, but it was a great success for the military-industrial complex. And that's where you need to, and also off the books drugs revenue for the intelligence agencies. That's what you had Air America during the 60s and 70s with the Vietnam War, which was taking drugs out of Cambodia and Laos for revenue, for off the books operations, which potentially been recycled into ISIS. These kind of, we have the information from Mike Flynn and people like Scott Bennett, about the funding of Al-Qaeda by the West. I had Afghan commanders saying to me, why are the Americans transporting Al-Qaeda commanders and bringing them in the middle of the night by helicopter and leaving them, just outside, where we live, just in Paktia or outside Kabul and so on. So it's very, very nefarious what's going on.
Lucy, if I may, you were there as a white Western woman, if I may say so, from the picture, with a fine set of red hair. I think that's what I picked up. How were you treated by the society, and in particular by the men?
Again, when I first arrived, I wasn't sure how I would be treated. I was going really on the word of this Canadian woman who loved Afghanistan and loved her colleagues. And I was working with a bunch of men who were basically supportive of the Taliban. They would tell a lot of tales. They had a lot of Victorian proverbs on the walls, actually, quite sort of British-style Victorian proverbs. They treated me like a sister. They were protective of me. They were courteous. They potentially treated me like a third sex. I mean, I obviously had to be veiled up and covered up, not the veil in front of the face, but the big chador when I went on the street, and a cloak. And I had to walk on the street with another male, because that was the Taliban rules. But my colleague and I, we met with Taliban governors in Herat and Kandahar, and they were like young boys. I mean, they were almost like teenagers. And she would be kind of joking with them and sort of putting them a little bit in their place and humoring them. So yes, I was treated very well. Thank you. And do you remember the story of Yvonne Ridley, the British journalist who was kidnapped apparently by the Taliban just after the intervention started? And everyone was saying, oh, what's going to happen to her? And I said, she'll be fine, because she's a guest in their country. And they will look after her. And when she left, she said that she was treated way better by the Afghans and the Taliban than she had been by the British journalists, who were sexist, rude, and just, you know, criticizing her that she was working when she had a kid at home and so on.
Thank you, Lucy. Thank you. What a fantastic talk. Thank you very much. Brilliant talk. And hello. Hi. By the way, Lucy, your book, how can one purchase them? Because Lucy has got some copies of the book, and it's the perfect opportunity to have one signed by Lucy. So can you tell us how we can get them?
I unfortunately had great trouble publishing this book, and I ended up having to self-publish it. And the reason I did that was I wanted to maintain control over what was put out, because one of the publishers, I found out that the girl who was going to edit it was the daughter of the British ambassador to Afghanistan at the time, who was Sherard Cooper Coles, and so I was not happy about that. And other publishers, they would all ask me if I was friends or if I knew Rory Stewart. So Rory Stewart was effectively the gatekeeper, because he was MI6, and if I gave the red light, or the green light, that I knew Rory Stewart and he approved of my book, I would have had no problems. But I don't think a lot of him, and I basically said, look, he wasn't there for more than about 2 weeks, so no, thank you. I'm not going to let you be him be the gatekeeper to this. So it is available on Amazon. It's not really being distributed. I could give some copies to John Sando in London. There are a couple of copies here. And I'm not even sure if there's because I don't get any money from it. I didn't write this book for money. I actually spent quite a lot of money on it. So, but there might be an audio version. I'm not even sure now. But it was being distributed by Pluto Press.
Thank you. Wow, 2 days of so many talks, different views, absolutely different views, but nonetheless, we maintained a civilized atmosphere, managed to have some dialogue. There is something that I would like, I want to summarize the 2 days, and I'm sure Laura will help me summarize that. The first thing I want to say is that, in my view, and I'm sure if you think carefully about it, the biggest threat to the world, to the nations, is the mistrust a public or people can have in their own security services. So basically, just think about it. You are a family, mother, father, 2 children. If the children are not being protected by their own parents, then whom do they look up to for that protection? We've seen a range of talks over the last 2 days, and if I can read it without my glasses. We began with a summary from General Vallely, who actually reiterated the battle for our minds, basically the importance of the young people understanding where to get the news from. So whom do we hear? That's the most important thing. Each talk summarized the significance of media. On both ends, Claire and Trevor, Russian propaganda. On the other side, it's the other way, BBC or CNN or Fox. So media has a great role to play in actually educating our young ones, because these are the young ones who are growing up right now, forming the world of tomorrow. And what we put in their minds, whether it's hatred
or love is up to us. And we do that through education system, education, and is strongly dependent today in the day and age of iPads, laptops, and YouTubes, etc., on media, whether it's state media or independent media. We call it independent today. It has no leanings. That's why it's independent, and it's very important for media to remain independent. And if we censor news from one side or the other side, then basically we are promoting, we are actually influencing the elections in Romania, the elections in Georgia, and we ourselves are being used as proxies. So it's not just Ukrainians being used as proxies by the media, or the Russians being used as proxies by the Russians. It's actually common civilians, people are being used. And how they are being used is through education system, which is in the hands, at least in this country, it is strongly in the hands of those who are running the country. Now, who is running the country? We don't know. It's not the Prime Minister, certainly not the Prime Minister. So basically, our research, actually, Brian had a wonderful presentation that actually showed the forces behind the faces that we see on the television. And that is the synthesis of what is wrong with our world. If those forces, those entities, those blobs, amorphous blobs they might be, but they do have names. They have names, they are organizations. And they might be infiltrated by communists, or they might be infiltrated by British or Americans. It's not a question of nationality. It's a question of we're all facing a common threat. All of you united again under the banner of what was done during COVID times. So that is a common factor, and we are recognizing a common enemy without borders, without anything. With the Russia-Ukraine war, it began with, we don't know how it began, but we have had excellent presentations by Thierry, ground data presentations by Thierry, by Mr. Leek, and by my not present colleagues, Mr. Graham Phillips, and Mr. A and Mr. B from Russia, from Ukraine. This is ground data. This isn't something that is an opinion piece that we hear from here and there, but these people were there. And this was evidence. I played the videos from Ukraine, from Donbas yesterday. This is a real war. It's been going on for 8 years prior to 2022. It's not something that President Putin woke up, as we are being told in Britain, that President Putin woke up and, hey, today Ukraine looks good, let's go on, march there and attack there. And tomorrow, as we are being told through relentless, mantra from NATO chiefs, that President Putin is going to invade Europe. That's next in his mind. So there has been no diplomacy, there has been no dialogue between Britain and Moscow, London and Moscow, no dialogue between Washington and Moscow for the last so many years, 3 years, sabotaged it. And do you know how I know that they sabotaged it? Because I was the one who put in place 3 times dialogue between Kremlin, not President Putin, but his representatives, and people, eminent people within the United States. We tried, through my colleagues, for Russians and Ukrainians to work together. So again, that is ground data. And we were stopped. We were stopped 3 times. And I'm standing here being investigated by the security services of Britain, saying that I'm working as a Russian agent for Russia. I am. I am working for Russia, not for Russia, but with Russia, because they don't want a nuclear war. I'm working with the Ukrainians, who are in a much more difficult position than the Russians, because with Russians, okay, they are enemies. They can say, okay, fine. But the Ukrainians, who are actually feeling the pain as well, they can't even tell their own people the pain they are feeling. So yes, I am working with the Russians, with the Ukrainians, with the British, and with my American friends. So call me whoever I am. I might be a multipolar, I don't know, but some sort of an agent, yeah? Anyhow, the main thing is people today, you know, right when we are sitting here, there must be at least all day, if I was in Sumi, you know, in one day we would have on an average maybe 8 to 9 alarms. So, yeah, how do you call it? Air raid alarms. Bomb alarm, yes, thank you. And I've said those stories yesterday, you know, briefly. The fact is, while we're sitting here, there's a situation that's an ongoing situation. We can talk all we want. We may say, yes, we all love peace, stop a war, but unless we understand what creates those things, and unless we have the courage to actually challenge what's going on, not just overtly, but covertly as well, people undermine the, you know, what security services do, and which Ms. Claire would, you know, she spent her whole life protecting her country. It's not easy. You cannot, it's not a black box. It's not a white box either. So we may think that MI6 and CIA or GRU or GUR are awful entities. But actually they are protecting. They are meant to protect their countries. And the biggest threat that any country can face is the loss of trust of the civilians of that country in those security services. But how do we get there? Because those security services have failed to protect their country, men and women. So I leave you with that thought. I couldn't synthesize, I was supposed to actually present the K26 bit, but we are running out of time, and we had to skip one of the speakers today who would be present tomorrow at the strategic session for those of you who would like to join us online. I want absolutely, firstly, and I will say something else at the end as well, but I'm going to pass it to Laura, whom I need by my side because she is my, yeah, I couldn't have done it without her. So here you go.
Thank you so much. Well, I really just wanted to thank everyone on behalf of Stand Up America, US Foundation, the idea that we have kind of created here as the unofficial diplomats. We're hoping to keep communication lines open. We're hoping to help facilitate, as Deepti has explained, her attempts that have been thwarted and shut down. We will continue. We will not be subject to these proxy war restrictions. We're working for peace. We're looking for humanity, and we're working for the preservation of all that is good. So thank you very much for your participation and your time.
Wait. Okay, now a few thank yous, real personal thank yous. Again, I might forget because I'm not used to speaking in front of the mic, so please forgive me. We begin one by one. Mr. Galloway in absentia, thank you very much. I mean, it was a fantastic talk he gave. He summarized everything so brilliantly. I can't read it, can you?
Yes. So we've also got...
Yeah, no, that's... Okay. Yes, General Bakshi, thank you so much. I mean, fantastic supporter. He's someone I look up to, and yeah, thank you, sir. Then we have got my explosive friend, Thierry. Yes, we can call you that. Thank you so much. Thank you. No, excellent data, a mine of data, actually. So thank you very much. And please do leave your details with everybody so that people can contact you one-to-one.
Einstein was saying, we are not asking those who are creating problems, in fact, to solve them. Because in the first place, they would have been avoiding this problem to be created. You see?
Thank you. That was the synthesis of what I was trying to say, yes. So Mr. Alistair Scott, for those of you who do not know this, actually he is a staunch ally. We differ in several things, but yes, I don't know if you were here yesterday for his talk or watched it online. But main thing is that without him, I couldn't have done this. So, and this is very serious. Him and I knew British security services lapses because of Mr. Scott. So thank you, Mr. Scott, in absentia. Professor Lozansky, again, amazing diplomat, has been working between US and Russia, and a great man. So any one of you who would need his contact details, please contact me, because building these bridges between Russia, United Kingdom, and United States is extremely important, because as I see it, there are two power blocks, and the power blocks are Russia and United States. So the best thing is to have the dialogue between the two. Then we have got here, then we've got John Leake. Incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you. And please thank Professor McCullough from our side. We have got Ms. Lopez. Thank you so much. Thank you. Amazing talk. Quite, you know, it opens the doors for us to see how you are thinking, what is on your side. Mr. Loudon, thank you for your talk. It's courageous to stand in front of an audience which you know and you were aware of, you know, that is a completely opposing side. So great courage. Big clap for Mr. Loudon, please. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bridgen, well, we all thank you for standing up for the British people, for lone voice, lone wolf, great. Big clap, please. No, seriously. Mr. Garish, how can I say, the British young people wouldn't be educated if you weren't there. My daughter, who is 14 years old, actually, she wanted to go, she was here, just for your talk, and wouldn't want to leave because she said, Mummy, this is extremely interesting. So UK Column, you and the entire team have a lot to do because they have to educate the British young people. Thank you, sir. Big clap, please. Thanks. I didn't know you prior to this conference. I think some of your comments are extremely insightful. You know, as I said, thank you very much, and we have to have a one-to-one talk to see in detail how we can expand on this. Please, thank you. And there it becomes like upside down. I think it's Lucy, oh dear Lucy. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. She's come all the way from Switzerland, all the way here, just to support us and to give this wonderful talk. And we have a lot to do. So in my mind, I have to present Andrew and you as leading the diplomatic side, because I think you both are excellent speakers, have a breadth of experience. You in the foreign side, on the foreign side, and Andrew in virtually everything here. So. Great team for Britain ahead. Thank you very much. I think that's it. Now, last but not the least, Miss Laura Perry and Ray and Michael and the General and someone sitting here, Mary. Thank you so much. Thank you. Without you, you know, you are my moral support there. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, we wrap this. After we have the gala dinner this evening, so we have time enough to go back, change, and we will see. That's it. Thank you.